Today being Wednesday, we'll have the singing of our national anthem, today led by the Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
O Canada, our native land, true patriot love, in all thy sons command, Carton cross et porte in a feia, il se porte la croix, from the sky to l'epopea, they through great arms exploit. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Drop the puck, Gary. Let the doors be open. Statements by members. Déclaration des députés. The Honourable Member for Crowfoot.
Mr. Speaker, many Canadians try to pay their way through post-secondary education while they're still working full or part-time jobs. They have bills at home, so they can't afford not to work, and they know that they must continue to try to get an education. Our Conservative government is helping them. We're increasing the income eligibility thresholds for part-time student loans and grants for the next 10 years. Over 2,500 additional part-time students will be eligible for a Canada Student Loan in Year 1 and 8,000 in Year 5. Nearly 500 additional part-time students will receive a Canada Student Grant in Year 1, rising to about 1,500 in Year 5 and ongoing. This new measure will help more low- and middle-income Canadians get an education while working. These are hard-working Canadians of all ages who are trying to get ahead and improve themselves. They have no one to help them, and yet they are willing to work hard at their jobs and at school. These are great young Canadians building our nation, and I'm proud to be a member of the government that is helping them out.
The Honourable Member for Honoré-Mercier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 4 days now, the telephone in my riding office has been ringing off the hook. Many workers who've lost their jobs in Montreal's East End because the government failed to protect their jobs, namely at Avios but elsewhere as well, are now facing an attack and offensive on another front. Not only have they studied for years in order to specialize in the aeronautic industry and other areas, their jobs have been relocated. And despite commitments made by the government and Air Canada, now they're being told the rules have changed. They should simply forget their training and not expect to find another job in their field. This government, which denounces interventionism, is now making career choices and imposing them on Canadians. It's threatening the professional future of workers and preventing them from having access to employment insurance. That is unacceptable, and we are going to fight against that abuse of power. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in the House today to pay tribute to Safe City Mississauga, our city's excellent crime prevention organization. This association is led by Victor O, Chair, and Teresa Burgess-Ogilvie, the Executive Director, who is joining us in Ottawa. Safe City Mississauga is celebrating a 20-year legacy in our community of crime prevention and conducts research into the causes of crime, develops evidence-based ways to approach them, and pilots new projects and program offerings to prevent them. Mr. Speaker, I am proud to have been the founding chair of Safe City Mississauga and see it grow and prosper through the running of a number of important programs, including Neighbourhood Watch, Counteract, Aspire At-Risk Neighbourhood Program, and hosting an annual Crime Prevention Forum and Justice Luncheon. Mr. Speaker, our communities will only be safer when we all pitch in to help. It is through the work of Safe City Mississauga and its partners that Mississauga continues to be the safest city in Canada.
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke North.
Mr. Speaker, Canada signed the UN Declaration on Nutrition, which says access to adequate and safe food is a right. Despite this, 40% of Toronto students go to school hungry, and Canada remains the only developed country without a national nutrition program. Hungry children may stop growing, they cannot learn, they may be undereducated. and later in life they may not reach their full potential. Eating breakfast boosts behavior, grades, and graduation rates, while curbing sick days and suspensions. We must ensure that every child gets a healthy start each morning to help enhance their learning opportunities in school and their personal health. The Ontario Public School Boards Association is asking the Canadian School Boards Association to lobby the federal government for a nutrition program. Let's end child hunger in Canada. As Buzz Aldrin says, if we can conquer space, we can conquer child hunger.
Hear, hear.
The honourable member for St. John.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to draw attention to the upcoming Memorial Cup hockey tournament. The Memorial Cup is dedicated to honour the soldiers who died in the First World War in service for Canada. It was rededicated to honour all servicemen and women who have paid the ultimate sacrifice for this great country in all conflicts in 2010. The series begins this Friday in Shawinigan with representation from the 3 Canadian major junior hockey leagues and the host team. It's recognized as the final step in winning the most difficult title in hockey, the Canadian Hockey League Championship. The reason that I raise this today, Mr. Speaker, is because the defending champions, the St. John Sea Dogs, are from my riding of St. John, and they're back to defend their national title. They're representing the Quebec Major Junior Hockey League as the President's Cup champions for the 2nd straight season. Mr. Speaker, the Sea Dogs have been tremendous ambassadors who have represented St. John with such pride and distinction, and I want to wish them the very best, and I look forward to celebrating with her many.
The honourable member for Windsor West.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud today to have the opportunity to congratulate the University of Windsor's women's basketball team, who recently captured their 2nd consecutive Bronze Baby Trophy, awarded to the CIS champion in women's basketball. Lancer basketball, under the inspirational leadership of Coach Chantal Vallée, has ascended to the elite of CIS athletics and is unquestioned benchmark in women's university basketball in Canada. The Lancers earned this championship by bringing together a squad that includes a strong mix of local Canadian and international talent who embody the qualities of the community that supported them: a strong work ethic, determination, consistency, and poise. This 2nd title in as many years is a result of the ongoing devotion of a committed coaching staff and team, an exceptional athletic department, strong institutional support, and fiercely loyal fans whose faith remained unshakable. It is with tremendous pride that I rise to congratulate the entire Lancer Nation on the occasion of our 2nd consecutive national title for women's basketball.
The honourable member for St. Catharines.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Sutherland Cup is a trophy awarded each year to the champions of the Greater Ontario Junior Hockey League. It is the highest team award for players in the Junior B age group, and on May 4th, I attended the deciding game of the Sutherland Cup Finals, and I am honoured to inform the House that this season, for the first time in their 44-year history, the St. Catharines Falcons are the Sutherland Cup champions. After a challenging road to the finals, where the Falcons defeated London while facing elimination, the Falcons once again showed their perseverance and determination by winning 4 consecutive games against Brantford after losing the first 2. For many Falcons, like Riley Jacobchuk, who led the tournament in goals, Johnson Andrews, who led the tournament in points, and St. Catharines' own Kenny Bradford, their captain, this was their last game at this level and was a fine way to go out. I'd like to congratulate all the Falcon players and coaches who helped bring the Sutherland Cup to St. Catharines, and we look forward to defending the Cup next year. The Mountain View Falcons from St. Catharines, Speaker, champions in the Junior B.
The honourable member for Peterborough.
Mr. Speaker, in 2010, our government was pleased to partner with Community Living Peterborough through a federal grant from Status of Women Canada to establish a young women's leadership group. This group of young women living with an intellectual disability received various training workshops which enabled them to acquire public speaking and leadership skills. As a result of the training, they conducted information sessions to various target groups in the Peterborough community, increasing the awareness and messaging the importance of issues facing women who live with an intellectual disability by helping the community in their understanding of their role in building a more inclusive Peterborough. The program enabled them to build self-confidence, self-esteem, and leadership skills, and in return they have inspired my community to be even more inclusive. Their transformation has been incredible, and their impact on the community profoundly positive. Please join me in congratulating some of these brave and inspirational young women visiting today: Laura Chalice, Jessica Cull, Megan Glazer, Katie Galoro, as well as Project Coordinator Krista Bailey and Director of Operations Barb Hyland. Thank you for your incredible work.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, The Community Development Corporation of RCM L'Assomption is an alliance of community-based organizations. To help organizations meet their objectives, the CDC focuses on dialogue, representation, and support for community organizations for the well-being of my riding. It brings together members to promote a better quality of life for residents and contributes to the development of the community. It attracts interest and recognition for the community-based approach as a model for intervention. Having seen them on the job since my election, I can assure you that they work hard, and that's why I'm committed to supporting the CDC. Thanks to the CDC and its hard work, community-based organizations are winning by becoming more well-known. Working together, we will succeed in giving them the place they deserve in our society. Thank you.
Member for Cypress Hills, Grassland. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise in the House today to recognize National Mining Week. National Mining Week celebrates the important role that mining plays in the lives of Canadians. Our mining industry has been a cornerstone of Canada's economy for generations, shaping our national identity with benefits for all regions. The numbers tell the story. Canada produces more than 60 minerals and metals and is one of the world's leading exporters. Canadians are experts in all areas of mining, everything from mine design, extraction, and processing to mine closure and rehabilitation. Our government is focused on responsible development of Canada's natural resources to create jobs, economic growth, and future prosperity. We're attracting investment, supporting innovation, opening new markets, and improving the regulatory system for major mining projects. I ask honourable members to join me to support mining communities in Canada and around the world.
Honourable Deputy of Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, 35 years ago, the Parliament adopted legislation making it illegal for there to be discrimination against women in the workforce. It dealt with pay disparities among men and women who are doing work of equal value and is discriminatory. In 2009, instead of taking proactive measures for women who are still fighting, the Conservative government took a step backwards by adopting the Public Sector Equitable Compensation Act, which no longer recognizes pay equity as a human right. From Bell Canada to public service workers and to Canada Post, women have been fighting for decades to obtain compensation. The Conservatives refuse to recognize and acknowledge that this discrimination affects women, and it's attacking them again in the budget because now employment equity won't apply to federal contracts. Pay equity is not negotiable. It's a fundamental right. It's time for the government to take action in this area.
Member for Yukon.
Mr. Speaker, today the United Nations Special Rapporteur on the Right to Food held a press conference that clearly showed his lack of understanding for our society and our country. As a proud Northerner, I was very insulted that this foreign academic did not visit a single Northern community in Canada during his 2-week vacation here. It's too bad that he wasn't able to see how uninformed international attacks on the seal hunt have made it more difficult, harder for Aboriginal hunters to earn a livelihood. Our government is surprised that this organization is focused on what appears to be a political agenda rather than on addressing food shortages in the developing world. By the United Nations' own measure, Canada ranks 6th best of all the world's countries on their Human Development Index. Canadians donate significant funding to address poverty and hunger around the world, and we find it unacceptable that these resources are not being used to address food shortages in the countries they are needed the most. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Mount Royal.
Of the imprisonment of the Baha'i leadership, where the 20-year sentence is a virtual death sentence, reminding us of the systemic and systematic persecution and prosecution of the Baha'is, itself a case study in Iranian injustice. While the world is understandably focused on the Iranian nuclear threat, we must not ignore the massive domestic repression in Iran, particularly as it finds expression in the criminalization and demonization of Iran's largest minority, and the silencing and imprisonment of all human rights voices and the lawyers who would defend them, the whole constitutive of crimes against humanity in Iran. Accordingly, Mr. Speaker, we've been engaged in this Iran Accountability Week, wherein parliamentarians from all parties participated in a take-note debate Monday to expose and unmask these massive human rights violations, adopted a unanimous resolution of condemnation in subcommittee yesterday, and in tonight's forum will continue to champion the Iranian people's case and cause, to let them know that they are not alone, that we stand with them in solidarity in their brave and just cause for freedom. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Delta, Richmond East.
Mr.
Mr. Speaker, recently the NDP leader announced his new shadow cabinet. He has appointed the member for Newton North Delta as the immigration critic. Before running for the NDP, this member
The honourable member for Delta Richmond East.
This member was known for her time as the Radical Teachers Union president who led a 2-week-long illegal strike. Illegal strike. Under her leadership, her union was forced to pay a $500,000 fine for contempt of court. As another union boss among the NDP ranks, this member put the interests of British Columbian students and families last. The NDP leader's decision to include her along with so many others in his inner circle demonstrates he is not committed to putting Canadian families first. The NDP threatens dangerous economic experiments, job-killing taxes and reckless spending we simply cannot afford. They have demonstrated a disturbing willingness to put the interests of a narrow band of activists ahead of the interests of ordinary Canadian families.
Honourable member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
Canadians expect their government to answer questions about public policy decisions they make and be accountable to Parliament and the public. But when we questioned the Environment Minister last night, he refused to answer even the most basic questions. He couldn't tell us how many times staff had been dispatched to environmental emergencies in the past 3 years, and he's cutting 40% of those positions. The minister refused to say why the government is dismantling the National Roundtable on the environment and the economy, who they consulted about this closure, who will replace the work, how many research requests the government gave them. He even refused to say how many times the Roundtable's Climate Prosperity Report had been downloaded. Now, Mr. Speaker, last night was further proof that this arrogant Conservative government has simply abandoned any notion of openness or being accountable to Canadians. Canadians want a transparent and open government. Canadians need transparency and accountability in our democracy, and that's just what they'll get in 2015 when Canadians vote to get rid of this secretive, unethical and unaccountable government.
The honourable member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Mr. Speaker, earlier today I was pleased to join with my colleague, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, as he confirmed the government's support for my private member's bill on bulk water removal. From Bill C-383 proposes stronger measures to prevent the bulk removal of water from Canada and strengthens enforcement provisions and penalties. It also delivers on a long-standing government commitment. My bill will reaffirm the Prime Minister's commitment to sovereignty over our water. Canadians need to know that our water is not for sale, and that is what Bill C-383 will achieve. I have spoken to some opposition members who have expressed their support for this bill. I hope that there will be continued support for the bill as it is debated more in the House. Mr. Speaker, this bill respects provincial sovereignty when it comes to water issues. We will continue to work with our provincial, territorial partners to ensure that Canada's fresh water is protected. I'm very happy to have such great support for this bill, and I hope that all members will support Bill C-383 when it comes up for debate next month. Thank you.
Oral questions. Questions orales. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Prime Minister confirmed that in the budget there were no cuts to old age security. This budget flyer, which is part of the supplementary documents to the budget tabled in this House by the government, explains in detail the cuts that the Conservatives want to make to Canadians' income, retirement income. Obviously, there's something crucial that's missing, a figure, which is not included in the budget either. What is the total value of this grab, which will be directly on the backs of our retirees? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, there are no cuts on retirees' income. People understand that in Canada. On the contrary. But next year, people will have the opportunity or the option to defer their participation in the OAS program and increase their benefits. We've been very clear that we are ensuring the viability of this program for future generations.
How can the Prime Minister claim that these cuts are intended to make old age security sustainable when they can't even tell us how much their cuts are supposed to save? The truth is, this isn't about sustainability. This is about forcing seniors to work until they're 67 years old, or else they won't be able to retire with dignity. A very simple question, leaving aside the fact that the Parliamentary Budget Officer and other experts have all concluded that the system is sustainable. If the Conservatives really believe old age security is unsustainable, how much do they need to cut to make it sustainable?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Well, once again, Mr. Speaker, of course, it does bear repeating that there are no reductions to old age security or other pensions in this budget. On the contrary, these things have been protected as we balance the budget. There'll be no change as well to eligibility until the year 2023. In matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, between now and that time, and in fact after that time, the government's spending on old age security and guaranteed income supplement will continue to rise, but will rise in a way that is affordable and sustainable for future generations.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The Minister of Public Safety stood by a Conservative decision to roll out the red carpet for a Chinese company called Huawei. Huawei will be allowed to buy up key telecommunications assets here in Canada, despite the fact that the United States and Australia have blocked them from major telecom projects due to serious national security concerns. The United States and Australia are two of our closest allies, Mr. Speaker. They still see the risk. Why did the Prime Minister choose to ignore their warnings?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, of course, he is the leader of the NDP is speaking of some contractual relationships between some Canadian companies and foreign companies. The particular concerns that he raised, in fact, have been addressed. Those concerns are examined, and those concerns have been addressed in our mind. And I would remind the leader of the NDP that we don't take dictates on security from the United States.
The Honourable Member for Squamish.
Well, Mr. Speaker, everyone knows the government's own information security was compromised last year by attacks from Chinese servers. Yet when the Prime Minister visited China, he was honoured to meet with Huawei, despite the Americans preventing Huawei from taking over any major telecom companies or participating in infrastructure projects. Their concern is obvious. They don't want this company getting backdoor access to their communications infrastructure. So can the Minister of Public Safety tell us in this House today, what does he know about this company that the Americans don't know?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Well, Mr. Speaker, what I can tell this member is that all carriers will continue to be subject to Canadian law. We will continue to ensure that Canadians can rely on a telecommunications infrastructure that is safe and secure. Now, what the honourable member did not state, nor did the CBC in its story state, is that in the same memo cited by the CBC, my officials stated that despite the concerns, and he states, I want to stress that Public Safety Canada is not in opposition to the auction.
The Honourable Member for Squamish.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we can selectively quote from the memo as we like, but the facts and the documents contradict the Minister.
That's right. Order. Order. The Honourable Member for Squamish-Wandafuka has the floor.
The other part, which the Minister didn't cite, says the lessening of current restrictions could create new and increase existing vulnerabilities in our telecommunications networks, further exposing them to an increased threat of cyber espionage and denial of service attacks. Mr. Speaker, what makes the Minister so confident?
What I find surprising is that that is a member of a party that didn't even recognize that there were any security concerns a year or two ago in respect of cyberspace.
The Honourable Member for Toronto Centre.
Mr. Speaker, for generations, unemployed Canadians have had the protection of the law which was passed by Parliament with respect to when they can claim and how they could claim and how those claims would be adjudicated. Now the government is saying that those protections will be taken away because the law is being repealed with respect to those issues, and it's being replaced by regulations which no one knows what they're going to be. Not a single soul in this Parliament has a clue as to what the regulations are going to be. We have the ideas in the head of the Minister of Finance, the ideas of the Minister of Human Resources. Give us the regulations, Mr. Speaker.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
The leader of the Liberal Party is just inaccurate once again. The government is changing the appeals body to find a more efficient way. There are right now multiple appeals bodies within Human Resources Canada, and those are being consolidated. There will still be appeals processes for those who are seeking to claim benefits.
The honourable member for Toronto Centre.
Le Premier Ministre
The Prime Minister is quite wrong because he refuses to recognize the real situation. They clearly said to workers who are unemployed that their rights will no longer be protected by legislation passed by the Parliament, but by regulations approved by the Prime Minister himself. So what are these regulations? We don't live in a dictatorship. We are living in a democratic country where workers have the right to know what the legislation is that will protect them, Mr. Speaker. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are always protected by the law. When there is an issue of appealing decisions, there will be in the future a consolidation of several of these tribunals so that the process is more clear and efficient. The Honourable Member for Toronto Centre.
The government has stated that there is an affordability issue with respect to old age security and the guaranteed income supplement. That was what the Prime Minister said in Davos, and that's what's been said by the Minister of Human Resources and the Minister of Finance. The odd thing, Mr. Speaker, is that the government, neither Minister nor the Prime Minister, can tell us how much money is going to be saved by the changes which they're introducing in 2023. If they can't tell us how much money they're going to save, can they please explain to us, Mr. Speaker, why there is a crisis of affordability? It's a very simple question.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as has been noted by all experts, this program, Old Age Security Guaranteed Income Supplement, are by far the largest programs of the Government of Canada. Those will continue to grow over time. In fact, they're projected to grow 3 times over the next generation, 3 times what they are today. This is a program without a fund. And that's, Mr. Speaker, why we are taking the measures beginning in 2023 to make sure Canadians are prepared and that we have a system that is sustainable for future generations.
The honourable member for Parkdale High Park.
The Conservatives' arrogance is limitless. Conservative ministers insult Canadians by blaming them for having lost their jobs. They are moving forward with major changes to employment insurance, but they refuse to provide us with the details. Will the minister tell Canadians what changes are being hidden in this Trojan horse that are being planned? What will the consequences be, and when will these changes come into effect? The Honourable Minister of State for Finance.
Speaker, and the only changes that we're seeing is the changes in attitude in this House of Commons. We on this side of the House do not think that Canadians working is, and I quote the leader of the NDP, a colossal waste. Mr. Speaker, we think Canadians are proud to work, and they should be, Mr. Speaker. We're making sure that they have opportunities to work. It's a sustainable program that we've put in place. We on this side of the House are proud of Canadians. When they go out and find a job, Mr. Speaker, there's unfortunately too many people still searching. We're helping them, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Parkdale High Park.
The biggest waste is Canadians who are unable to find a job because of the high level of unemployment created by this government. I know Conservatives are busy doing damage control around the Finance Minister's comments, but in trying to fix one problem, they're creating others. The Human Resources Minister gave us some insight on why her government is being so tight-lipped about these changes to EI. They said they want, quote, to make sure the legislation gets through first. They don't want to tell us until after the changes are passed. That's not accountability. Will someone in this government please outline right now what constitutes suitable employment?
The Honourable Minister of State for Finance.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I actually have some examples here what constitutes suitable employment. A mining company in Newfoundland is looking to hire 1,500 people in St. John's, Newfoundland, through the Temporary Foreign Worker Program. There are 32,500 people looking for work right now, Mr. Speaker. That's why we're trying to make EI more effective to help these mining companies get people to employ.
The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg-Saint-Charles. The problem is that the Budget Implementation Act does not provide answers and that Conservative ministers are contradicting each other on the scope of the changes. The Conservatives want to make in-depth changes to the Canadian social safety net. They want to do it quickly and behind closed doors. The minister even stated that she wanted the act to be passed before defining what a suitable job is. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to give the minister another chance. Can she define in this House what the new definition of a suitable job is? Honourable Minister of State.
Mr. Speaker, I think I defined one suitable job, but I do want to clarify that 32,500 people looking for work were actually in Newfoundland, but as was the mining company that was looking for the 1,500 people. In fact, another example that I will give, Nova Scotia's recent shipbuilding contract will create over 15,000 jobs over the next 30 years, and the provincial government is already talking about importing workers. Well, at this point, there's 45,000 Nova Scotians looking for work. You want some more examples, Mr. Speaker? Yes. Help the workers.
Honourable Member for Charlesbourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, with that philosophy, we'll be sending psychologists and teachers into the mines. Order. The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg-Saint-Charles. I was saying, Mr. Speaker, that with that philosophy, we'll be sending psychologists and teachers into the mines. The Budget Implementation Act says that the EI Act will be amended in order to make regulations concerning what constitutes a suitable job. I have just given the opportunity to the minister to say what that is, but I still don't have a reasonable answer. The Minister of Finance says one thing, the Minister of Human Resources says another. Do they really think that the Employment Insurance Act is too attractive? What will be the scope of the changes to the definition of a suitable job? The Honourable Minister of State.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as I've been saying, there are available jobs out there, but we will ensure that Canadians will not be expected to take jobs that are not within their skill set, Mr. Speaker. And one other thing that we need to exemplify is that no job seeker will be asked to relocate, Mr. Speaker. That's the important part of these changes, is to...
Order. The Honourable Minister of State has the floor. Order. The Honourable Minister of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thought I was done. I've got lots more examples, but the important thing here is there's a lot of people that want to go to work, Mr. Speaker. There's people that are on EI. We need to make sure that it's effective and that the jobs that are still vacant can be filled.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
The Minister of Human Resources keeps proving how much she doesn't understand about the reality facing unemployed Canadians. The Minister says EI is, quote, attractive, as if being out of work is somehow delightful. She also said it's too, quote, lucrative, as if your income being cut 45% is a rewarding experience. And she will only tell us what she means by suitable employment after the legislation has passed. When will she stand up and give Canadians a straight answer about her plans for EI?
The Honourable Minister of State. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as the NDP continue to insult Canadians that want to work, I would like to quote the leader of the NDP once more, that we on this side of the House don't think, as he uses, I quote, a colossal waste when Canadians are actually working. Canadians working in restaurants, as truck drivers, as food handlers. Mr. Speaker, we think that they are important contributors to the Canadian economy. We support and applaud those Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Halifax.
Les chômeurs ne sont pas...
The unemployed are not the only ones the government is hiding things from. Yesterday, the Minister of the Environment, after having thrown his colleague under the bus, said that he was shutting down the National Roundtable on the Environment and the Economy because it was an outdated organization. But we know that the Conservatives simply do not agree with their research objectives. There is not agreement in the Conservative ranks. When will the Minister of the Environment be as honest as his colleague was? The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Throwing whom under buses, Mr. Speaker. My colleague travels abroad to lobby against Canadian jobs and responsible resource development. Her leader dismisses responsible resource development as a disease, playing one region of the country against another. Now he's saying that Ontario's forest industry is responsible and afflicted with this same disease. I would think that the official opposition should get its own house in order and organize its incoherent policy stances before it criticizes this government.
The honourable member for Halifax.
I don't know where the bus fit in there, but I wish the minister was as coherent as his colleague was on Monday about the real reason for closing down the roundtable. Because, Mr. Speaker, you know, the roundtable has something that the Minister of Environment doesn't have, and that's numbers. We know the Conservative inaction on climate change will cost Canadians in the long run. How much will climate change cost us in the long run? Well, last night the minister didn't have an answer, even though the roundtable has done that study and has those numbers. So, another opportunity. I'd like to ask the minister again, does the government have an estimate of the cost of climate change to Canada, yes or no?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague again for her question. This government is acting in fact, we are the first government in this country that has taken real action to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Our sector-by-sector approach to reduce GHGs is working. It's leading to innovations, it's leading to fuel efficiencies, new technologies, and real reduction of GHGs. There was a delay before our government came to power in 2006, of course, Mr. Speaker. We need only look to the previous Liberal government's decade of environmental lip service and inaction.
The honourable member for... the honourable leader of the opposition.
So, let's talk about the government's priorities. How can we debate in this Parliament if they don't give us basic information? What are the numbers? What are the costs? Simple questions. The government has to start providing answers. For instance, will the Prime Minister explain exactly how they came up with their Kyoto cost estimate? And will they tell Canadians exactly how much it will cost to meet Canada's Copenhagen undertakings?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Well, again, Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition shows his fixation with carbon taxation, something that this government, we have repeatedly said, will not impose on Canadians. We will not attack jobs. We will not threaten investment or our recovering economy. With regards to the costs of inaction with regard to climate change, those costs would run into many billions of dollars. But, Mr. Speaker, I reassure this House again, I would ask my colleague to familiarize himself with the Environment Canada website.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Members of Parliament have the responsibility to debate, study and analyze. But in order to do so, they need answers, more than what we've gotten. Just what are they afraid of? Why are they refusing to answer? The Prime Minister's Guide for Cabinet Ministers is very clear. It says that as a minister, you must answer all questions concerning your area of responsibility. We've just seen the contrary. Here is a clear question that the Minister of the Environment is still refusing to answer. Will the Prime Minister finally say what Environment Canada programs will be cut following the budget? Give us the programs. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, this government is not interested in imposing cuts on the Canadian economy. We're looking for ways to make progress on the environment in the same way that we achieve economic growth.
The leader of the NDP and ourselves are really on different wavelengths here. We're not interested in identifying which industries we're going to call diseases and shut down. Our government is interested in the growth of the Canadian economy while making environmental progress.
King's Hands.
Mr. Speaker, has the Public Service provided the Finance Minister with an estimate
of how many dollars the government will save by raising the OAS age from 65 to 67? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister of State for Seniors.
Mr. Speaker, there will be no reductions to seniors' pensions. The opposition parties are missing the point. This is not about savings. Our changes will put old age security on a sustainable path so it is there when Canadians need it. Changes made will be gradual, beginning in 2023, coming into full effect in 2029. We are also providing Canadians with the option to defer OAS and collect later at a higher rate if they wish. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Random Buren St. George's.
Mr. Speaker, while the minister responsible for EI continues to be evasive and refuses to say what the changes to EI will mean, Canadians are afraid what will happen to them if they should suddenly lose their job in this fragile economy. She claims, quote, Canadians will be expected to take jobs appropriate to their skill level in their area. Yet she's deleting those very provisions from the current EI Act.
That's right.
Can the minister reveal what specific criteria will be used to determine what she defines as their local area and skill level before the legislation is voted on?
The Honourable Minister of State.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we all understand that any one Canadian unemployed is too many, Mr. Speaker, but we're also facing unprecedented skills shortages. And we need to make sure that we help people find those jobs. We need to help the unemployed connect with jobs that they are capable of partaking in, Mr. Speaker. There's a skills shortage. We have unemployed Canadians. We are not asking them to do anything more than apply for jobs that they are skilled to perform. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Beauséjour. Mr. Speaker, there is another sentence on the subject of EI in the recent budget that frightens many workers, which says that the minister will take into account an individual's past history with the EI program. This will punish seasonal workers, parents who have already claimed parental leave, and other people who've had to turn to EI in the past. Why are the Conservatives decreasing or taking away their benefits? Is it the 3 strikes you're outlaw, or is it a 2-tier system for EI? The Honourable Minister of State.
Mr. Speaker, employees and employers across this country contribute to unemployment insurance, Mr. Speaker. It's there when people lose their jobs. All Canadians expect to be temporarily unemployed. That's what EI is for, Mr. Speaker, but we also expect people to seek a job that is within their skill set, Mr. Speaker. That's only fair and reasonable, and we are also only asking those Canadians to seek that within reasonable distance of their own home, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for La Salle-Mar. The opening of the Canadian market to foreign telecommunications companies will not help consumers. On the contrary, the Minister, or rather Department of Public Safety, issued a warning last year. Telecommunications systems are too strategic to leave them in the hands of foreign corporations. The Minister of Industry ignores the recommendations of his colleague in public safety. We see discord once again. Why do the Conservatives want to have these risky measures adopted through their Trojan horse bill?
As the Minister of Industry has indicated, our government has taken strong steps to benefit consumers and open up the market to competition. But I must stress that all carriers will continue to be subject to Canadian laws. We will continue to ensure that Canadians can rely on telecommunications infrastructure that's safe and secure. And that's essentially what the official from Public Safety indicated, that he was not in opposition to the auction that is occurring.
The Honourable Member for Scarborough Southwest.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, the Trojan Horse budget bill conceals changes that would expose Canadians to new threats. Conservatives are proposing changes that would allow full foreign ownership of Canadian telecom companies, even though, in contradiction to what the minister just said, public safety officials warn this would, quote, pose a considerable risk to public safety and national security and would hinder the security and intelligence community's ability to fulfill their mandate. Now, is the minister so eager to sell off our telecom sector, he's willing to ignore the safety and security of Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I would suggest to the member that he not let the CBC do his research for him. The CBC reported half of the story, half of the memo. Yes, the official, as he should have done, indicated what possible concerns there were. And he also indicated, and I want to stress that Public Safety Canada is not in opposition to the auction. So perhaps he should read the entire letter as opposed to simply relying on a CBC report.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby Douglas.
Well, Mr. Speaker, this government is really lost in space when it comes to protecting the public and protecting jobs. The minister repeatedly claims the government is committed to RadarSat, but the facts contradict him. MDA was forced to lay off 100 employees because the government has refused to sign a contract, and even more high-tech jobs are in jeopardy. Mr. Speaker, will the minister explain the gap between his words and his refusal to act?
The Honourable Minister of Industry.
RadarSat project. It's an important project, but we want to deliver it in the most cost-effective way. So this is what we will do, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to remind the member here that for the first time we'll launch a review for the aerospace and space review because we want to remain the leaders in this sector. And Mr. Speaker, this is real action, not only talking.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille. If the minister is that confident about the future of RadarSat, will he allow the Industry Committee to discuss this publicly with representatives of MDA? RadarSat is an essential program for maritime surveillance, disaster management, and environmental monitoring. Our greatest scientists and engineers developed this program. The empty words of the Conservatives will not stop the job losses and the brain drain. How many high-level jobs will have to be lost before the minister takes action? The Honourable Minister of Industry. Mr. Speaker, let's be clear. RadarSat is a project that's been going on a long time. Major funds had been voted for it in the 2010 budget. The NDP voted against it. So if it was up to them, there would not be any RadarSat project. So we're committed to this project, and we will deliver it for the best cost-effective ratio possible. A review of aeronautics has been launched, led by David Emerson. It's ongoing. Why? Because we want to remain world leaders in this extremely important sector.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In August 2010, the MV Sunsea brought 492 irregular migrants to Canada as part of an elaborate human smuggling operation. Mr. Speaker, human smuggling is a terrible crime in which the most vulnerable are taken advantage of, often for the financial gain of criminals and terrorists. Can the Minister of Public Safety please update the House on the status of efforts into investigating this matter? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for his hard work on this important file. I'm advised by the RCMP that 2 new arrests have been made in this case and that they have been charged with illegally organizing entry into Canada. We are a welcoming country to newcomers, but we will not tolerate abuse of our generous immigration system for financial gain through the despicable crime of human smuggling. I would encourage the NDP to stop the needless delays of the Protecting Canada's Immigration System Act so that we can finally give authorities the necessary tools they need to crack down on both this type of activity and future
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Cowichan.
Mr. Speaker, once again, Conservatives are ignoring one of Canada's most shameful situations. We saw the extent of poverty in First Nations when the NDP visited Attawapiskat last fall. And now, after visiting Aboriginal communities in Canada, the UN Food Rapporteur has said he's seen very desperate conditions and people who are in extremely dire straits. Yet, the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs refused to meet with him when he came to Ottawa. How can this minister continue to deny there is a problem? Will he wake up and act on the rapporteur's recommendations?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker,
I met with the individual this morning, and I found him to be ill-informed, patronizing academic, studying, again, once the Aboriginal people, Inuit and Canada's Arctic from afar. I took the opportunity to educate him about Canada's North and Aboriginal people that depend on the wildlife that they hunt every day for food security. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. It's not a matter of access to departmental officials. It's a question of political will, Mr. Speaker. According to the rapporteur, this country's Aboriginals are not only facing a food shortage, but they also have trouble.
Order. There's far too many conversations going on at the far side of the chamber. The Honourable Member for Manicouagan has the floor.
They also have trouble obtaining clean drinking water. Will the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs keep sticking his head in the sand, or will he finally take the work of the UN rapporteur seriously and take action on his recommendations? Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, neither the UN nor the Special Rapporteur on Food deliver any food to anyone, anywhere in the world, Mr. Speaker. We do. 65% of the world's hungry live in only 7 countries: India, China, Democratic Republic of Congo, Bangladesh, Indonesia, Pakistan. 239 million people in sub-Saharan Africa are going hungry in the World Food Program. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Western Arctic.
Mr. Speaker, on Monday, the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs misled this House when he said a vote against the budget bill.
Order. Order. The Honourable Member for Western Arctic has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, on Monday, the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs misled this House when he said a vote against the budget bill is a vote against increasing the borrowing limits of the 3 territories. The Minister needs to do his homework, because in no way does this bill set borrowing limits. What the Trojan horse budget bill does is it changed the 3 northern constitutions to increase federal control. Is this minister completely out of touch with what his government is trying to do, or was he trying to mislead the House?
And the Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our government is taking steps to improve the economy in the North, in the Northwest Territories, by cutting red tape for mineral exploration projects approvals. We want Northerners to benefit from economic development opportunities that major resource projects can offer. So despite the efforts of the NDP and the Liberal who vote against progress and development in the North, our government is working hard with Northerners to ensure they have full, vital, dynamic and strong economic future. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Western Arctic.
So on the one hand, this government's cutting regulations on the environment, and the other way they're increasing regulations on the territorial governments. Last year, testimony before the Aboriginal Affairs Committee from a senior official with the government of the Northwest Territories made it clear they don't want federal control over borrowing. Instead of listening to the people of the North, this government wants to increase control by changing the northern constitutions without publicly consulting Northerners. Why won't this government respect the political rights of Northerners by allowing their legislatures to control their financial affairs just like the provinces?
Bravo. The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Canadian Northern Economic Development Agency is supporting a host of economic development organizations throughout the North to be more efficient and reflective of the real needs of Northerners over long term. Canadian taxpayers' dollars will benefit youth by implementing a sound business models in the North that will make a better use of technology and whatnot. Mr. Speaker, the territorial governments asked for increased borrowing limits. That member voted against that. The territorial government asked for a highway between Inuvik and Tuk. That member voted against it. The territorial government asked for devolution. That member voted against it.
Order. The Honourable Member for St. Paul's.
Mr. Speaker, the UN Special Rapporteur on the Right to Food reported that many First Nations
Order. The Honourable Member for St. Paul's.
Mr. Speaker, the UN Special Rapporteur on the Right to Food reported that many First Nations in Canada are, in his words, very desperate conditions and extremely dire straits. We know, sadly, that the Minister of Health has no strategy for Aboriginal suicide, for OxyContin abuse, and today, food insecurity. When will the Minister of Health actually accept the invitation of First Nations in Canada to visit their communities, see firsthand the results of her failure to implement
Order. The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, again, I met with the UN representative today. The member is very ill-informed, patronizing, again, an academic studying us Aboriginal people in Canada's Arctic without ever setting foot on the ground and walking in our publics for a day to get a good understanding of the limitations and the opportunities we have as Aboriginal people in this country. Again, another academic coming to our region, studying us from afar and drawing a conclusion like he has the answers to everything. Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Markham Unionville.
Mr. Speaker, 2 days ago, the President of the Treasury Board tweeted that the standing orders...
Order. The Honourable Member for Markham Unionville.
Mr. Speaker, 2 days ago, the President of the Treasury Board tweeted that the standing orders prevented him from giving us the full details of his spending cuts, which is false. And then he tweeted that we already had these details, which is also false. And 3 weeks earlier, his parliamentary secretary said we'd get those details, quote, soon. So what's going on, Mr. Speaker? Will the government give us the full details, program by program, of their spending cuts? And if so, when?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Speaker, I'm heartened that he's following me so assiduously on Twitter. I always like to have new followers, Mr. Speaker, but let me reiterate for this chamber that, of course, on this side of the chamber, we are following the normal course and the normal rules of parliamentary procedure in terms of our quarterly reports, our estimates, and all the other ways that we are accountable to this chamber and thence to the people of Canada, and we will do so with respect to the budget as well.
Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Speaker, the Human Rights Impact Assessment on the Canada-Colombia Free Trade Agreement tabled yesterday leaves a lot of unanswered questions. Mysteriously, the report contains no human rights analysis. Instead, it simply recites basic economic information we already know. Mr. Speaker, increased trade is good. New Democrats want more global trade. But Canadians also want democratic values to be...
Order. Order. The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, but Canadians also want democratic values to be respected by our trade partners. I have a simple question for the Minister. Does the Minister agree that a human rights impact assessment should actually address human rights?
The Honourable Minister of Trade.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Canada-Colombia Free Trade Agreement specifies that a human rights report be tabled annually covering the previous calendar year. As the agreement has only been in force for the last 4.5 months in 2011, there's not enough available data to do a comprehensive analysis. That analysis will be done in 2013. Our government remains committed to deepening our trade relationship with Colombia. It's only through engagement that we will be able to lift more Colombians out of poverty and inspire them to join the family of nations that respects human rights.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister used to say, and I quote, "I think Canadians don't want us to sell out Canadian values, our beliefs in democracy, freedom and human rights." Now, they can cheer on the other side, Mr. Speaker. They can cheer and clap, but I ask you, what happened to that Prime Minister? This government's report on human rights in Colombia has nothing on human rights, shamefully nothing. And yet, since that trade agreement came into effect, 17 trade unionists have been murdered in Colombia since that time. So I will ask you again, will this government now consider for the next report an independent assessment?
The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Well, Mr. Speaker, unlike the NDP, this government remains focused like a laser beam on the issues that are important to Canadians. Those issues are economic growth, job creation, and of course long-term prosperity. We're very pleased that Colombia has ratified its trade agreement, that it's now effect. We continue to respect human rights, and we hope to draw Colombia, as we engage with them, into the family of nations that actually does have a robust human rights regime. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Vegreville Wainwright.
Mr. Speaker, the NDP leader isn't just calling the jobs created by the resource sector in Western Canada, quote, disease. He's up the ante, and he says that the Ring of Fire in Northern Ontario and the shale gas in the Maritimes are all part of a problem. In his latest rant against Western Canada, he calls anyone who disagrees with him a messenger of our government. Will the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport tell this House about the direct and indirect jobs that are created through responsible resource development right across this great country?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Well, the NDP leader says that the disease is now spreading. Beyond oil sands workers, it now includes natural gas workers in the Maritimes and forestry workers in Northern Ontario. Mr. Speaker, it is a pandemic of jobs, growth, and long-term prosperity for which his only cure is a carbon tax, Mr. Speaker. One thing is clear. If Canadians are suffering from a disease, it is that they are sick of his talk of higher taxes and shutting down jobs.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Laurent-Cartierville.
They must more Westerners raise their voices against the government's ill-conceived and unconstitutional Senate reform. Even Roger Gibbons, head of the Canada West Foundations, warns against this unfair plan, which would leave Alberta and British Columbia terribly underrepresented, with only 6 senators each in a 105 elected member Senate. Why is the Prime Minister and his Democratic Reform Minister weakening British Columbia and Alberta, their province?
The Honourable Minister of Democratic Reform.
Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we know where Canadians stand. Canadians support term limits for senators and Senate elections. That's why we introduced the Senate Elections Act, Reform Act. Frankly, Mr. Speaker, it's not surprising to see the opposition saying anything to justify dragging their feet on Senate reform and supporting the status quo in the Senate. They know they are wrong on that side of the issue, and that's why they're afraid to vote on it. We call on the opposition to stop hiding behind their empty rhetoric and bring the Senate Reform Act to a vote. We want Canadians to have a say in the Senate. Why don't they?
The Honourable Member for Quebec. Mr. Speaker, in a series of draconian cutbacks, the government will abolish 45 positions at Parks Canada in Quebec City, a city that's a UNESCO World Heritage Site. They're also emptying Quebec City of 1,000 artifacts. This is a hard hit for Quebec City and our credibility with UNESCO. Meanwhile, the government has invested millions in the War of 1812 celebrations and the Queen's Jubilee. Our archaeologists just made important discoveries in Quebec. Why does the government want to deprive the city of Quebec of its heritage and its history? The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
I provided an answer to this question when it was raised by the Bloc Québécois more than a week ago. And that answer is we appreciate that these valuable artifacts should be on display where possible in museums appropriate for their exhibition. In the short term, there is no location, but they will be stored. They will remain in Quebec. And we are now looking at a number of opportunities for those artifacts to be displayed again in museums in appropriate locations in Quebec.
The Honourable Member for Huron-Bruce.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government is focused on creating jobs and long-term economic prosperity. The NDP
playing politics with food safety. Currently, changes are being proposed that would streamline red tape in the processing sector and help cattle producers earn a living from the marketplace while maintaining the integrity of Canada's food safety system. Mr. Speaker, could the Minister of Agriculture explain to the House how the NDP's reckless comments are hurting the processing industry and misleading Canadians? When it comes to agriculture, the leader of the NDP and his caucus, they don't know anything about agriculture. It's time to wake up and
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. What a great question. I want to thank the member for his work on the Agricultural Committee. Of course, Canadians and consumers know we would never jeopardize our food safety. Our largest manufacturing sector, the food processing sector, like our resource sector, is now under attack by the NDP. Contrary to their fear-mongering, Canada's hardworking food processors would never allow dead stock or roadkill into our food system. Farmers and industry agree, Mr. Speaker. The member for Welland's comments and his parties are irresponsible, an absolute insult to the hardworking professionals that ensure the safety of Canadian food from farm to fork. Mr. Speaker, while this government focuses on ensuring the safety of Canadian food, the NDP must apologize for misleading Canadians and attacking our...
The Honourable Member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While the Conservatives say they want to improve First Nations mental health, they table a budget that does the exact opposite. Instead of giving people the proper tools, the Conservatives are taking them away, like the First Nations Statistical Institute. We know there is a huge need to address First Nations mental health concerns. First Nations mental health issues have been identified as one of the the top 6 priorities of Canada's new mental health strategy. Yet with no money and no data, how can we possibly hope to have success in addressing the mental health problems that face Canada's First Nations?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the answer on the issue of the National Aboriginal Health Organization is very simple. The 3 elected Aboriginal leaders wrote to me and asked me to wind down that organization. I accepted that recommendation from and working through that. Mr. Speaker, our government commits $30 million a year on Aboriginal health research available to all Canadians. And of course, the member is well aware we have recently released the mental health strategy for Canada. We will be following through in that implementation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Haute-Gaspésie, L'Amitis, Matane, Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives can no longer hide the magnitude of the changes to EI that they're proposing through Bill C-38. Their newest gimmick to weaken the EI system seems to be, as the Finance Minister implied, imposing on the unemployed jobs that do not correspond to their aspirations, their qualifications, or even their region. This is true contempt for the expertise of these workers. Rather than sabotage the EI system for the long term, why doesn't the government accept the demand by the Conseil national des chômeurs to transfer responsibility for EI to Quebec? The Honourable Minister of State.
Mr. Speaker, every policy that we have put forward in the last 3 budgets to promote jobs and growth in this economy, that member and his colleagues, in fact all of the members on the other side of the House, have voted against that, Mr. Speaker. We have EI in place as a tool to help those people that have lost their jobs, but it certainly doesn't help when initiatives are put forward, such as the EI hiring tax credit for businesses in this country, and the opposition vote against that, Mr. Speaker. That's unacceptable.
That concludes question period for today. Point of order, the Honourable Member for Churchill on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to clarify the record from statements today. The member of the Yukon got up on a statement about the UN Special Rapporteur and his visit that did take him to northern Canada. He went to God's River in northern Manitoba, and I believe...
Members should be aware that clarifying the record is not a point of order, but subject maybe for an SO 31 or a question at a future question period. Is the Honourable Member for St. John's point of order? The Honourable Member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During question period, the Minister of State for Finance misled the House by suggesting that there's 32,000 Newfoundlanders and Labradorians wouldn't take 1,500 jobs for a mine in St. John's unless...
Order. Order. I haven't heard anything that's a point of order yet. I don't know if the member is trying to Is he asking him to table something, or sorry, the honourable member for St. John's
Mr. Speaker, this is either a deliberate misrepresentation of the facts, or an outrageously negligent comment about the Newfoundlanders and Labradorians, similar to what the Prime Minister said a few years ago.
I still haven't heard anything that's a point of order. Is the Honourable Minister of State rising on a point of order?
Mr. Speaker, I would like to clarify. I was simply giving an example that there's 32,500 people in Newfoundland that are working for...
Well, I have an excellent idea. Perhaps tomorrow the members interested in this question can ask questions and maybe the Minister could respond to them. But I don't think they're points of order, and the question period has ended. So I think we'll move on to tabling of documents. Dépôt des documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 38.6, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 12 petitions.
Introduction of government bills. Déclaration de ministre.
Statements by ministers.
Parliamentary delegations. The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Monsieur le Président.
Microphone, please.
Monsieur le Président, conformément à l'article 34.1.
Pursuant to standing order, I have the honour of tabling in both official languages a report by the Canadian branch of the Assemblée parlementaire de la francophonie for a bureau meeting that took place in Cambodia from February 8 to 10, 2012. Secondly, a report by the Executive Committee of the Network of Women Parliamentarians in Greece in March 2012. Thirdly, the assembly that took place in Brussels, Belgium, March 29th to 31st, 2012, for Education, Communication and Cultural Affairs Committee. And lastly, the Conference of Branch Chairs, which took place in Toronto in April 2012.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. L'honorable député de Trois-Rivières.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 24.1, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages the report of the Canadian section of the Assemblée parlementaire de la francophonie concerning its participation in the meeting of cooperation and development at the APF, which was held in Delimont, Switzerland, last April.
Taking reports from committees. The Honourable Member for... Reports from interparliamentary delegations. The Honourable Member for Oakville.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Order 31.4, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages the following report of the Canadian NATO Parliamentary Association respecting its participation at the joint visit of the Committee on Civil Dimension of Security and the Subcommittee on East-West Economic Cooperation and Convergence held in Sarajevo, Bosnia and Herzegovina from October 25th to 27th, 2011.
Facts. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to table in both official languages the first report of the Standing Committee on Official Languages. It deals with the main estimates 2012-2013.
Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. Monsieur Gravel, appuyé par Madame Charlton.
Mr. Gravel, seconded by Ms. Charlton, moves for leave to introduce an act entitled An Act to Amend the Employment Insurance Act, Labour Dispute. The motion is deemed adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member from Hamilton for seconding my bill here. Mr. Speaker, this bill to amend the Employment Insurance Act helps thousands of workers without proper insurance benefits. The federal government must support workers who are losing their jobs and provide the right protection for those who suffered a job loss due to a labour dispute.
This bill would authorize an extension to the reference period during a labour conflict. That would enable any person absent during a strike or lockout caused by a collective conflict to be eligible for EI benefits and to be legally protected. I strongly encourage all members to support this effort and to vote in favour of the bill.
should remain committed to defend workers' rights while improving and increasing the access to employment insurance. To allow for those who have lost their jobs to recover their due rights is simply the right thing to do.
Mr. Gravel, seconded by Ms. Charlton, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Motion. Motion. The honourable member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Speaker, parliamentarians from all corners of this House have recently eclipsed the sometimes adversarial nature of the House by supporting the Parliamentary Fitness Initiative. Today we witnessed the first ever National Life Jacket and Swim Day on the Hill, and the member for Etobicoke North and the member for Sackville Eastern Shore and others join me in trying to bring about National Health and Fitness Day involving local governments across Canada. To that end, Mr. Speaker, I seek the unanimous support of the House for a motion to enable a fellow Conservative and me to swap positions in the order of precedence, specifically that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, Mr. Moore Fundy Royal exchanged positions in the list for the consideration of private members' bills with Mr. West in West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
The honourable member have unanimous consent of the House for this motion? No? No, there's no consent. Motions. Motion. Presenting petitions. Présentation des pétitions. The honourable member for Medicine Hat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to rise today to present a petition to the House of Commons from residents all across my riding, asking that Parliament amend Section 223 of the Criminal Code to ensure every human being is recognized by Canadian law. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I see several members rising for petitions. Sometimes in the past, members have taken quite a long time to summarize very briefly the petition, so I'd ask that members really try to keep their remarks short so we can accommodate everybody. The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm delighted to present a number of petitions from people in my riding of Hamilton Mountain, all of which address the urgent need for a national pharmacare program in our country. The petitioners point out that our goal ought to be to have a national drug plan that would enable all Canadians to enjoy equitable access to medicines while at the same time controlling the rising cost of drugs. They are keenly aware of a report released by the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives, which concluded that the existing patchwork of private and public plans in Canada is inequitable, inefficient and costly. The report found that Canada is the third most expensive country for brand-name drugs because it deliberately inflates drug prices in order to attract pharmaceutical investment. Instead of tackling the issue head-on, the government is talking about privatization and user fees. Those are hardly the answers for an aging population that is already finding it difficult to make ends meet and whose retirement savings are again.
Members have the floor for about a minute, so I move on. The honourable member for Random Buren, St. George's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise to present a petition again. This is from people on the Buren Peninsula in the riding of Random Buren, St. George's. And they are really objecting to the government's intention to raise the age of OAS from 65 to 67. It's really going to be a hardship on those who work in really demanding, physically strenuous environments. And they're saying that this is not the right way to go, and they're asking the government to please reconsider.
Good petition. The honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
I have a petition from people all over Canada who are concerned about the proposed mega quarry in Melancton Township in Dufferin County, Ontario, which would be the largest open-pit quarry in Canada at over 900 hectares or 2,300 acres. They are concerned with a number of things, Mr. Speaker, one of which is that the proposed mega quarry threatens local flora and fauna, including species at risk, like the bobolink and a small endangered blackbird. They are asking the government to conduct an environmental assessment under the authority of the Canadian Environmental Assessment Act on the proposed Highland Company's mega quarry development. Thank you.
Honourable members for St. Albert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour of tabling in this House two petitions from my voters in St. Albert. They are asking me to signal to the Government of Canada that they oppose the closing of the Sainte-Foy post office in Longueuil, on Rue Sainte-Foy. And many of my people came to my office to tell me in person that they are opposing this closure. This service is important to the economic health of the region. I was able to realize that there is a great deal of frustration in the face of the government. There's a second petition
is to maintain old age security and to continue with the necessary investments in order to ensure that the GIS is also there to help people come out from under poverty. Old age security is an issue for the people of Saint-Lambert. Some of the poorest people in my riding are counting on that. I am the honor of tabling this petition for people in my riding who are opposed to the post office on Avenue du Parc. This post office offers very useful services to the people and services in the sector which it serves. The petitioners are asking the minister to ask Canada Post not to close the post office situated at that address. Petitions.
Lancaster, Dundas, Cloverdale, Westdale.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have two petitions. The first calls on Parliament to reaffirm that every human being is recognized by Canadian law and that the law reflect 21st century medical evidence. And then the second petition, Mr. Speaker, is that the House of Commons reaffirm Jewish legal rights to the land of Israel and the former mandated Palestine previously assented to by Canada in 1922.
Presenting petitions, the
honourable member for Pierrefonds-Dollard. I have the pleasure of tabling in this House today a petition from the people of Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie, and I have over 360 signatures from my constituents. They're asking the government to maintain the OAS program as it is. It's a viable program, and they also are asking for the GIS to be there to help people as well.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to present a petition from residents of Guelph and across southwestern Ontario who are deeply concerned with climate change and call on Parliament to sign and implement a binding international agreement committing nations to reducing carbon emissions and setting fair and clear targets to keep global average temperatures below 2 degrees Celsius increase and to assist internationally in mitigating the effects of climate change. Actions this government, despite its claims, has yet to do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a petition here today from the community of Foam Lake. Many of the constituents there have a concern in regards to the definition of a human being. They say our definition is 400 years old. A human being does not become, a child does not become a human being until the moment of complete birth. And whereas Parliament has a solemn duty to reject any law that says some human beings are not human, they call upon the House of Commons assembled to confirm that every human being is recognized by Canadian law as human by amending Section 223 of our Criminal Code in such a way as to reflect 21st century medical evidence. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Vancouver East.
I'm pleased to rise in the House today and present yet more petitions from residents in the Metro Vancouver area who, and this is about 50 pages of petitions, who want to draw to our attention that every year hundreds of thousands of dogs and cats are brutally slaughtered for their fur in a number of Asian regions. They point out that Canada should join the USA, Australia and the European Union in banning the import and sale of dog and cat fur, and they also ask that it be mandatory that all fur products being imported or sold in Canada have labeling identifying the species of origin. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present a petition from quite a number of constituents and Prince Edward Islanders who are very concerned about the evolving DFO fleet separation and owner-operator policies. They believe the fleet separation and owner-operator policy form the backbone of the Atlantic inshore and midshore fisheries, and they're very concerned about the government's proposal in this regard. They call upon the Parliament and the Prime Minister to maintain and strengthen the fleet separation and owner-operator policies.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Red Deer.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's my pleasure to rise today to present a petition signed by 579 people of my riding of Red Deer. The petitioners urge the federal government to honour its commitment to the UN protocol by providing adequate funding to set up safe housing for victims of human trafficking. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presentation de petition.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honored to present a petition today on behalf of hundreds of people of Sherbrooke. I think that this comes back often in many ridings, and this is one opposing the increase of the eligibility to the OAS from 65 to 67. The people of Sherbrooke are opposed to this, and it's the case in many other ridings that have been mentioned today. So I add the names of these Sherbrooke residents to that list.
Petitions. The Honourable Member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just last week there was a demonstration in my riding in the town of Eastport on the Eastport Peninsula, and several people were protesting for action to be taken in regards to search and rescue. Action both the provincial and federal governments in regards to the situation in Labrador and fully operational search and rescue assets to be attained in Labrador. And these constituents of mine are from Glovertown, Happy Adventure, Eastport, and also Salvage. Thank you very much.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I have yet another petition from constituents of all ages concerned about the proposed changes to old age security. They regard this as a direct attack on the poorest seniors who rely on that money for daily living expenses. And they call upon this Parliament and this government to reject the proposal to increase the age of eligibility for old age pension and to increase the GIS so that the 250,000 seniors in this country living in poverty are no longer subjected to that poverty. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Halifax West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise and present a petition from 60 residents of Prince Edward Island who are concerned that the Department of Fisheries and Oceans fleet separation and owner-operator policies may end, and that this would these would affect over 30,000 jobs in the fishing industry and the independence of our fisheries and have devastating effects on coastal communities throughout the region. These petitioners call upon the Prime Minister to maintain and strengthen the fleet separation and owner-operator policies.
Petitions. Honourable Député de Terrebonne.
Honourable Member for Terrebonne-Blainville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour once again to present another petition for the people who are against the government's decision to stop funding the Katimavik program. There are so many benefits it brings to the community and to Canadian and Quebec youth. And therefore, I'm very pleased to table this petition today.
The Honourable Member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I, too, am pleased to table a petition, just like so many others have today, with respect to the protection of OAS. The petitioners are from Little Current and Ondekoning First Nation. And they see this as a direct attack on the poorest of seniors, and they call on the House to reject increasing the age of eligibility for OAS. They ask that OAS be maintained and that the Parliament of Canada make the requisite investment in the guaranteed income supplement to lift every senior out of poverty. So I'm pleased to table this petition, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Davenport.
On behalf of the residents of my riding of Davenport in Toronto, I have 3 petitions to present today, Mr. Speaker. The first one pertains to the government's so-called lawful access legislation, and people in my riding have very real concerns about the implications of a bill that will compel telecommunications companies to gather personal information, store that information, and then give it out to law enforcement agencies without a warrant from a judge. That, among many other things, is a deep concern, and I present that petition. Mr. Speaker, the people in my riding in Davenport have a real concern around diminished public services, and including and especially the post office. Canada Post has given mixed signals on a very important post office in my riding. This petition seeks to get the attention of the government to not close that. And then finally, Mr. Speaker, I have a petition here on behalf of the residents of my riding around some of the more egregious elements of the government's Bill C-31, the Immigration Act. And I know that I'm running out of time, so I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to present these on behalf of Davenport.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of residents of Winnipeg North, I'd bring forward this petition in which those residents believe, as most of my constituents, I must say, Mr. Speaker, believe that people should be able to continue to have the option to retire at the age of 65, and that the government not in any way diminish the importance and value of Canada's three major senior programs, OAS, GIS, and CPP. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Mr. Speaker, I ask that all questions be allowed to stand.
Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Heritage.
Mr. Speaker, I ask that all notices of motions for the production of papers be allowed to stand.
Agreed? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Government orders, business of supply, consideration of the opposition motion on the budget legislation.
Ms. Leslie, seconded by Mr. Donnelly, moves that in the opinion of the House, the budget legislation guts the environmental assessment and fisheries laws, leaving Canada's lakes, rivers, oceans, ecosystems and fisheries at risk while unfairly downloading federal environmental responsibilities and their associated costs to the provinces, territories and future generations. Debate, the Honourable Member for Halifax.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm very proud at the fact that this bill is seconded by my colleague, the member from New Westminster Coquitlam, and I'd also like to share my time with him, if I can do that. Mr. Speaker, my colleagues and I are hearing every day from Canadians who are rallying against this Conservative government's decision to table a Trojan horse budget bill that contains measures that will do irreversible harm to our environment. It will affect the health, livelihoods, and futures of Canadians, and it will leave an unacceptable and unequal burden on generations to come. I think that Canadians know intuitively that this cowardly attempt to avoid real debate on such significant legislation is undemocratic. And it's another example of this government's penchant for avoiding accountability and scrutiny while they placate their industry bigwig buddies at the expense of the best interests of our communities. There will not be sufficient public oversight for consultation on this bill. And communities that are relying on the very protections that are being gutted are being silenced. And it's happening because the government knows that if Canadians were given the opportunity to examine this legislation fully, as they should be allowed to do in a democratic nation, that they would reject the proposed changes because they recklessly gut environmental protection in this country. New Democrats know and we understand the importance of public participation in a democracy. And that's actually why the NDP is holding a series of hearings in Ottawa and across the country that will allow experts and the public to engage on the policy areas of Bill C-38, like the anti-environment provisions, in a meaningful way that the government is actually trying to avoid. This latest attempt by the government to hide from the public is yet another blot on this government's environmental record. From muzzling scientists to withdrawing from international protocols that included mandatory greenhouse gas emission audits, to killing independent research bodies like the National Roundtable on Environment and Economy and cancelling funding for environmental groups like the Canadian Environmental Network, this government shows time and time again that its #1 policy is to stifle as much information and evidence as they can, because that evidence flies in the face of the Conservative agenda. But they keep forgetting one key thing, and that's that Canadians from coast to coast to coast see these actions for what they really are: blindly partisan, incredibly short-sighted, and devoid of any evidentiary framework or base. One of the worst themes of this bill is the total lack of clarity and understanding on what impacts these changes will have on the environmental protections that we do have. And that's really, for me, what makes this Trojan horse bill so alarming. Canadians can't be sure what the government is actually forcing upon this country, because we see in many different places where this bill aims to give unparalleled discretion and powers to government and ministers, allowing them to override the best interests of Canadians and affected communities without ever really defining the scope of powers or important tests that would determine who could participate in the hearing, for example. Decisions will be made in the absence of an accountable framework. And make no mistake, these decisions of the future will be politicized, they will be partisan, and this again flies in the face of good environmental stewardship. I'd like to talk about some of the proposed changes in this bill. In some of the cases, we actually don't know what the outcome will be. We can see how the legislation is changed, but we don't know what the impacts will be in the long run. All the more reason why we need to have a fulsome debate in the House and at committee on all aspects of this bill. Mr. Speaker, you may know that the entire Environmental Assessment Act is being replaced, and it's based on recommendations coming from the Environment Committee. That might sound like a positive thing, except that that review was the result of a very flawed legislative review at committee, and it failed to meet any acceptable standard for a study of such an important piece of legislation. I'd like to talk about a couple of the changes to SIA that are being proposed. For example, this bill will actually limit who can discuss or who can come and testify at hearings, environmental assessment hearings. It will limit that discussion to affected parties. Well, what's an affected party? Is it someone who lives in a place where a pipeline's going through their backyard? Is it someone 5 kilometers away? Is it 20 kilometers away or 50? Think about Fukushima. How far away did that actually impact? Would people in that radius be able to participate? Or what if you fish, but you fish very far downstream from a spawning bed, and there's an action taking place on a spawning bed? Are you an affected party if you live in southern Manitoba when the spawning bed is in northern? Where do we draw the lines here? How do we know who gets to participate? What if you're a scientist that's based out of Vancouver and you have good information about what could happen in northern British Columbia or perhaps even in another province? Are you considered to be an affected party? It's absolutely not clear what they're doing here with limiting who can testify and who can participate. And I'm very worried that we're not going to get the good information that we need from experts and for people who on the ground who actually are directly affected, whether the government wants to believe they are or not. This bill would also allow the federal cabinet to approve a project, even if the reviewing body has determined that there will be adverse environmental effects. So if we have an arm's-length, nonpartisan body saying, no, this is not a project that should go ahead, or yes, it should go ahead, but maybe with these changes, ultimately this cabinet, gets to make the decisions about whether that goes ahead or not. Mr. Speaker, may I ask how much time I have? I didn't start my clock.
It has about 3.5 minutes.
Thank you very much. We also have a shift of moving from list versus trigger. This is a technical aspect of the bill, but right now what happens is if an environmental assessment can be triggered because maybe a navigable water is crossed or migratory birds may be impacted. We're going to shift to a list of what's included and what's not in an environmental assessment. This on its face might sound like a good idea, but we heard very good testimony at committee that said, well, if lists are what's in, what's out, what do you do with projects that we can't even conceive of right now? So, for example, if the list had been drawn up 50 years ago, would oil sands exploration have been on that list? Probably not. Do we think there should be environmental assessments with oil sands exploration? Yes. So it's really limiting what it is that gets assessed, how the assessments are done, and it's actually not following the evidence that we heard at committee, which is very unfortunate. I'll touch lightly on the fisheries provisions. I'm sure my colleague will also touch on these. But one really important thing is under the Fisheries Act provisions, we're actually changing the impacts from fish habitat to impacts causing serious harm to fish. So what's serious harm? Well, imagine you maimed, deformed, or stunted the growth of a fish. Maybe you even destroyed its habitat. Maybe you're destroying the future generation of fish. Well, as long as you haven't killed that fish, it seems that you're okay under this legislation. That's absolutely impossible for me to wrap my head around, and absolutely does fly in the face of testimony we're hearing from people on the ground who say, no, we need to protect fish habitat if we're going to protect the next generation of fish. In the time I have left, I would like to remind the government that allowing the degradation of our environment does have long-term economic costs. This budget bill is not good financial management. This budget bill is not responsible governing. It's plain and simple an attack on our environment by a government that lacks the maturity or the common sense to see the long-term risks that they're engaging in. So I ask my colleagues opposite, how will they explain to their constituents, their friends, and their families why they're choosing to reject a path of innovation, they're rejecting environmental stewardship, and they're rejecting sustainable development and intergenerational equity? I wonder how they'll answer that question to their constituents, their families, and their friends. This legislation is bad for our air, our water, and our soil, and it's bad for humans and animals alike. I ask all members of this place to support our motion today in its denunciation of the government's environmental proposals. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the opportunity to address this issue. I guess I'm disappointed in my colleague opposite. I didn't expect her to resort to every exaggeration and cliche in the book to try to make her argument and then to resort to name-calling at the end in order to try to convince people that they're somehow on track here. Our government is all about innovation. It's about stewardship. It's about sustainable development. But I want to challenge her on her comments about examination of this bill, because it seems to me there is a full examination. This bill is being debated more than any budget bill in the last 20 years. Their own party spent, it was either 11 or 13 hours hogging debate when we initially introduced the bill. They didn't want to allow the Liberals to speak to it, and they certainly had lots of time, lots of opportunity to make their point at that point. We continue the debate. Today the opposition official opposition has dedicated a day to this, and tomorrow it's going to committee, Mr. Speaker, and then it's going to be going to subcommittee as well. So this bill is getting lots of discussion, and I'm just wondering why the NDP are so locked in their ideological position that they can't even admit that we are taking time to review this bill and do a good job of discussing it and spending a lot of time doing that.
For Halifax.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague opposite was correct in saying that this bill is being studied more than any other budget bill. That's correct, because budget bills used to only be 30 pages. This bill is over 400 pages. It's almost 430 pages, in fact. So with an extra 400 pieces of dense legislation, I do think this warrants a full and thorough examination. And I know I can't ask him a question, but if I had the opportunity to, I would ask him, if this bill is being adequately studied, then give me the answer about why assisted human reproduction is in this bill, the Auditor General is in this bill, and changes to CSIS are in this bill.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we in the Liberal Party, we support the motion because as the motion talks about the importance of our fisheries industry, and it talks about the importance of the environment and how the government is using the back door of Bill C-38 in order to try to have serious and significant impacts on these. But what surprises me to a certain degree is why the NDP would use and narrow it down to just to those two items in the form of their motion itself. The real debate that I believe that needs to take place here, Mr. Speaker, is the way in which the budget bill is in fact being used as a way to pass a great deal of amendments. We're talking 60, 70 amendments to different legislations, deleting and so forth. Yes, it's going to have an impact on these two, but also on immigration and so many other areas. And my question to the member is, why did the NDP choose to narrow the debate just down to these two issues when, in fact, there are so many other issues within that Trojan bill that the member would no doubt acknowledge?
Member for Halifax.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree with my colleague that the real issue here is the bill and how it's being used to ram all kinds of legislative changes through this House. And that's why the NDP is actually holding our own consultation with Canadians around the country about what is in this bill, what they want to see, and what their responses are to it. And so I'd invite my Liberal colleague to attend these hearings. We have invited all members of the House in a show of openness and accountability and transparency, and I would welcome him at any of our consultations. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Newton North Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague for her very eloquent presentation. And I know that this is an area she feels very passionately about, and she brings that passion to her portfolio. Recently, when I was in my riding, I had the pleasure of talking to some of our environmentalists, activists like Eliza, who have devoted a lot of their time, their lifetime, I would say, into fighting for environmental protection. And they raised serious concerns about the degradation they see in this budget. So my question to my colleague here is, what would she see the government needed to do in order to have what I would say a full consultation, not only in our communities, but then a fulsome debate here?
The honourable member for Halifax. A short response, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Newton North Delta, fantastic environmental advocate. What I'd like to see is this bill actually split apart, have a fulsome debate here in the House on each aspect of this bill, at committee as well, because you know what, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives didn't campaign on what's in this budget bill. They did not put this forward in the election. They were hiding this all along, and my question to them is, what are they afraid of?
Resuming debate, the honourable member for New Westminster Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from Halifax, the member from Halifax, and the official opposition critic for the environment for her introductory remarks. And I rise today in support of the NDP motion, Opposition Day motion. 1/3 of the Budget Implementation Act is dedicated to gutting environmental laws to protect Canada's fisheries, rivers, oceans, and ecosystems. With the stroke of a pen, this government is eliminating decades of progress and condemning future generations to deal with this government's mess. Mr. Speaker, the biggest theme I drew from this budget is the government's focus on mega industrial projects at the expense of Canada's environment. Behind the guise of words such as streamlining and modernization, the government is stripping away long-standing regulations that protect our environment from short-sighted, unsustainable development. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to speak about the changes to the Fisheries Act that the Conservative government is attempting to sneak through their Trojan horse budget bill. These changes are undemocratic and egregious abuse of power that will do permanent harm to the ecosystem and to Canada's fisheries. Mr. Speaker, make no mistake, these are radical and dangerous changes. Rather than prohibiting the harmful alteration, disruption, and destruction of fish habitat, it will narrow habitat protection to apply to those activities that would harm fish that are part of a commercial, recreation, or aboriginal fish only, or that fish that support such a fishery. They introduced the concept of serious harm, which talks about killing fish, and permanently altering habitat. The question that a judge that will now be faced with is determining what constitutes permanent. Is that 2 years? Is that 10 years? Or is that 100 years? What the Conservative government does not seem to understand is the concept of ecosystem health or biodiversity. If they did, they would know that one cannot protect one species of fish and forsake others. Looking at the Budget Implementation Act, it becomes even more evident that this Conservative government isn't governing based on fact or science. They certainly didn't listen to the 625 scientists who wrote a letter to the Prime Minister outlining their concerns with the removal of habitat protection from the Fisheries Act. In March, a group of Canadian scientists, including one of Canada's most senior ecologists and aquatic scientists, stated, quote, "Habitat is the water or the land necessary for the survival of all species, including fish. All species, including humans, require functioning ecosystems based on healthy habitats. The number of animals and plants of any species that can be supported is in direct proportion to the availability of habitat, which supplies food and shelter. Habitat destruction is the most common reason for species decline. All ecologists and fisheries scientists around the world
agree on these fundamental points, and the Fisheries Act has been essential to protecting fish habitats and the fisheries they support in Canada, unquote. The scientists call for a strengthening of the Fisheries Act, as well as the Species at Risk Act and the Migratory Birds Convention Act. Yet the Conservative government is doing the exact opposite and sneaking it through in a most undemocratic way, I might add, through their Budget Implementation Act. They are also not listening to the Association of Professional Biologists, who said, and I quote, "It is well documented that protection of habitat is the most effective means to avoid species decline and extinction and ensure populations remain resilient to future and ongoing impacts, such as climate change and the cumulative impacts on human activities. The removal of habitat from the Act risks narrowing its focus onto a limited number of species or stocks," unquote. Mr. Speaker, this government's refusal to listen to science is nothing new. This government has in the past muzzled scientists and completely cut programs that they don't agree with. However, they are not even listening to the wisdom of their own former ministers of Fisheries and Oceans. Tom Sidden, former Conservative Minister of Fisheries and Oceans and the architect of the modern-day Fisheries Act, has blasted this government over the changes. He said, quote, "This is a covert attempt to gut the Fisheries Act, and it's appalling that they should be attempting to do this under the radar," unquote. I completely agree, Mr. Speaker. It is not just Mr. Sidden who is raising the alarm. Another Conservative Minister of Fisheries, John Fraser, had this to say, quote, "To take habitat out of the Fisheries Act is a very serious error, because you can't save fish if you don't save habitat. And I say this as a lifelong Conservative. People who want to eliminate the appropriate safeguards that should be made in the public interest, these people aren't Conservatives at all. They are ideological right-wingers with very, very limited understanding, intelligence, or wisdom," unquote. Mr. Speaker, that is a pretty damning indictment of the current Conservative regime, and very strong words. Recently, former Member of Parliament and current leader of the BC Conservative Party, John Cummins, stated, quote, "There is the potential for serious damage to the fisheries resource if we move in the way that that's prescribed." And he goes on to further say, "I expect that there will be justly deserved widespread criticism as the effect of these amendments because as they become known in recreation and commercial fishing communities right across Canada," unquote. Mr. Speaker, there's already widespread concern in the commercial and recreational fishing communities. I've been hearing from Canadians across the country concerned about these changes. The natural environment is a part of the Canadian fabric. We take pride in the bounty of amazing nature that we have been blessed with. As a British Columbian, I am proud to live in one of the most beautiful regions in the world, but I am concerned, as are many people, that the Conservatives' oil, pipeline, and tanker agenda will alter our environment permanently. British Columbians are concerned, in particular about the plans to ship raw bitumen off BC's rugged and wild north coast. They are worried about these two proposed pipelines that would traverse our land with the potential to leak, particularly in the over 800 streams that they would cross. And we know that the weakening of the Fisheries Act will help make this short-sighted pipeline project a reality. But, Mr. Speaker, British Columbians and other Canadians won't even be given an opportunity to comment on this bill. This is the real travesty of this legislation. The lack of public consultation is undemocratic and wrong. First Nations, provinces, territories, municipalities, fishermen, and all those Canadians with a concern about fish habitat, and the environment have not been consulted on these changes. Many Canadians enjoy recreational fishing with their families, with their children, or camping in the summer. This bill will affect their ability to enjoy nature. This bill has a major impact on the natural environment, yet they will not be given a say. It's truly atrocious. The Budget Implementation Act follows the government, or allows the government, to ram through changes to the Fisheries Act without scrutiny, without study, oversight, or the input from Canadians. But these changes, because these changes have not been studied, it is impossible to know the full economic, social, and environmental implications. Canadians are rightly angry that the current government is content with downloading major environmental costs to future generations. Trevor Green, a retired captain who went to war in Afghanistan, wrote a scathing op-ed this past weekend in the Toronto Star, and he said, quote, "With determination, we can overcome all manner of adversity and reclaim who we are, both as individuals and as a people. We face this challenge now with Ottawa, with a government that is taking our country in the wrong direction, undermining the values that make us who we are. I am loath to have to admit to my children that the irreversible degradation of the planet continued on my watch," unquote. Strong words, Mr. Speaker. I am disappointed that as a member of the Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans, that I will not have the ability to meet with stakeholders, experts, and others to discuss these fundamental changes to the Fisheries Act. Mr. Speaker, if we are unable to study this bill at the committee, it begs the question as to the purpose of this committee. As the Deputy Fisheries and Oceans critic for West Coast, I see a continuing trend of contempt and neglect that this Conservative government has for coastal communities and for nature in Canada. Whether it's pursuing their pipeline agenda on the West Coast or corporatizing the fishery on the East Coast, it has become clear this government has turned their backs on the marine ecosystem and coastal communities in favor of their big oil at all costs agenda. And I really hope that all members of this House join in supporting this motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question and commentary. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This week, the Environment Committee is traveling across the country to develop recommendations for a national conservation plan. We've heard a lot in committee about the concept of a working landscape, that is, land being used for productive purposes while ensuring a positive ecosystem balance through sustainable development plans. Recently, I met with some municipal leaders in British Columbia, and they talked about how they have to put more resources into getting permits for ditch cleanup than actually they have available to do the work to protect the environment in that area. So I'd ask the colleague opposite how he would address the concerns of farmers who cannot drain their ditches and they are losing productive land under current rules.
Honourable Member for New Westminster Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to comment that this, or thank the honourable member for her question, but I was a city councillor for 7 years. And I understand, as she's talked to municipal officials, that they have concerns. Farmers have concerns. Road builders have concerns. Absolutely. We should listen to those concerns. Those concerns should be addressed. But let us not be fooled, Mr. Speaker. This is not the agenda. The agenda is with major industrial pipeline projects, mining projects, and other very large-scale projects that they want to sneak through a budget bill in order to get passed. If this was a legitimate concern, why not put it out in the open? Why not pass a bill that's specifically related to the environment or the Fisheries Act? Why not deal with that specifically? Why sneak it through with 70 other amendments to legislation in a budget bill that has nothing to do with the environment or with the Fisheries Act or with SIA or with the National Roundtable on Environment and Economy, the Kyoto targets? There are so many other things, Mr. Speaker, that are packed into this Trojan horse bill. It's shameful.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
My understanding is that the NDP were actually meaning for this budget or this Opposition Day motion to be dealing with the budget bill, C-38. So I want to bring up one part that I think that they could have incorporated into the bill, and that's related to immigration. In this budget, what the government is trying to do is to hit the delete button, Mr. Speaker, on tens of thousands of individuals that have applied to be able to come to Canada as skilled workers. And, Mr. Speaker, we have found that that is just a cruel policy and is something that should have been a stand-alone amendment that should have been brought to this legislature so that the Minister of Immigration and the government could be fully aware in detail in terms of why it is that this is a bad
policy idea that should never have been incorporated into Bill C-38. I'm wondering if the member might be able to comment on that aspect of Bill C-38.
Member for New Westminster Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate my honourable colleagues' comments, and that's exactly why we're putting this motion forward. Mr. Speaker, there are 70 amendments to legislation under the Bill C-38, the Budget Implementation Act. He referenced one. That one issue alone should have enough study in this House. We are focusing on the fisheries and the environment as a major element of this budget. There are over 420 pages dedicated to this particular act that includes so many changes. That's why Canada's New Democrats are spreading out across the country to engage in dialogue and discussion and consult with Canadians, not just on the environment and fisheries, but also on immigration, on EI, and so many other changes that are involved in this financial bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Time for a short question and response. The honourable member, l'honourable député de la Pointe-de-l'Île.
The honourable member for La Pointe-de-l'Île. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I know that my colleague is very familiar with the Fisheries and Oceans file. He's been a long-standing member of that committee. Now, last night I was here until 2 a.m. like everyone else. I saw the minister not answer the questions. There was one member who called the UN radical because it challenged government positions. What can we tell the government so that it, in fact, understands the consequences of the decisions that it's making?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for the question. I think that's an excellent question. As I raised in my speech, the issue of science and of facts is critical in order to make informed policy decisions to create law in this country. And I'm not sure what it'll take, whether it's the United Nations presenting information, the specific departments in this country, or individuals around the country submitting information. That should be listened to. That should be heard. And that's a tragedy that we're not listening to that in deciding on this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I will be splitting my time with the member from Saskatoon-Humboldt. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member from Halifax for the opportunity to set the record straight about our government's plan for responsible resource development. As we've heard from countless witnesses at the Natural Resources Committee, our current regulatory system is a patchwork of overlap, it's a patchwork of duplication, and it's a patchwork of unpredictable delays. When our government announced Economic Action Plan 2012, we promised to try to untangle the complex web of rules and procedures for the review of major resource projects in Canada. We know that all Canadians will benefit if our natural resources are developed reasonably, responsibly, and efficiently. Over the next decade, more than 500 major resource projects worth $500 billion are expected to come online. These projects will create literally hundreds of thousands of good, highly skilled jobs and generate economic growth right across this country. Canada's natural resource sector already directly employs more than 750,000 Canadians. Mining and energy account for more than 10% of Canada's $1.5 trillion economy and more than 40% of our exports. But it's clear we need to do more to tap into the tremendous appetite for resources in the world's dynamic, emerging economies, resources, Mr. Speaker, that we have in abundance. We need to find new ways to prevent the long delays in reviewing major projects that kill potential jobs and stall economic growth, putting those valuable investments at risk. And that's what our plan for responsible resource development actually does. Our plan it'll make project reviews more predictable and timely. It will reduce unnecessary duplication and regulatory burden. It will strengthen environmental protection, and it will enhance consultations with Aboriginal peoples. Now, Mr. Speaker, this legislation has already received broad support from a wide cross-section of business, government, and labour leaders across the land. They're welcoming this government's leadership in regulatory reform. I realize the No Development Party across the way may not listen to what I have to say, but I wonder if they'll listen to some other folks. I wonder, will they listen to the unions who speak on behalf of Canadian workers? Christopher Smiley from the Canadian Building Trades, who represent 200,000 trade workers in our energy sector, said, "We support changes to the system to facilitate large projects." He also said, "What we do not support is a 12-year or 15-year regulatory dance that impedes economic development and employment for our members." By the way, he also said the NDP would be very bad for workers and the entire Canadian economy. How about the manufacturers and exporters? Jason Myers, the CEO of the Manufacturers and Exporters Association, said, "Greater predictability and a more timely review process will encourage business investment, an important driver of economic growth at a time when governments and consumers face major spending constraints." I wonder if the party opposite would listen to Canadian municipalities. Barry Verbanovic, President of the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, on record as saying, "We're encouraged by the government's commitment to reduce duplication between federal and provincial regulations, especially in the case of smaller community projects." Will the party opposite listen to those who are working to develop the Ring of Fire in Northern Ontario, which will bring great potential for jobs and economic opportunities to that region? William Boer of Cliffs Natural Resources, one of the main players in the Ring of Fire, told our committee that one of the main things I'd like to dispel is the concept that longer equals more rigorous or more thorough. Will the No Development Party listen to Aboriginal Canadians? John Chichu from the ITK said if the process were a lot more streamlined, it would still reflect and respect those land claim agreements. I don't see any problem with it being done that way. Will they listen to clean energy associations such as the Canadian Hydropower Association? Their president said, "We need to eliminate regulatory duplication, encourage the substitution of provincial processes over federal processes where possible, improve coordination amongst federal agencies, and establish functional timelines for assessment." Maybe they'll listen to Ronald Coombs, the president of White Tiger Mining, who said, "We want to thank the Prime Minister and both the federal and provincial governments of Canada for committing to working with First Nations and for recognizing that the resource sector and national interest should not be held captive to long overdue legislative changes." My guess, Mr. Speaker, is that the No Development Party is not listening. If they were listening, they would know that Canadians are strongly backing our government's plan to streamline the review process for major economic projects. Canadians understand that we do not have to choose between the environment and economic development. It is not an either-or proposal. The NDP is putting forward a false choice and a misleading argument, and Canadians know that. A new poll conducted by Ipsos Reid shows 2/3 of Canadians believe it is possible to develop our economy while respecting the environment. That's what responsible resource development does. In the words of Alberta Premier Alison Redford, it sends an important signal in terms of the fact that we can have both economic development and environmental sustainability. Canadians understand that the need for regulatory reform is long overdue. Every year, the regulatory roster is filling up with thousands of small projects, even things such as expanding a maple syrup operation or construction of a building where blueberries will be washed are required to undergo an environmental assessment. In my own riding, when the RCMP musical ride came to Fort Walsh, they were required to do an environmental assessment on the parade grounds in front of the fort before they were allowed to put the ride on. Too often, investors and Canadians have to jump through endless hoops of rules and procedures for approval of any projects. That tangle of red tape is putting billions of dollars of investment, tens of thousands of potential jobs at risk. We need to refocus our efforts on reviewing major projects that may actually pose a risk to the environment. Mr. Speaker, our plan will ensure that time and energy is spent where it can make the most difference, where it can do the most good for Canadians. Canadians know that our government will not only maintain Canada's world-class environmental protection programs, we will strengthen them. Make no mistake, more timely reviews will not mean easier reviews. Our government will continue to have a rigorous environmental review process. For example, we will be providing enforcement of environmental assessment conditions under the Canadian Environmental Assessment Act. We will be strengthening environmental safeguards, including pipeline and tanker safety. We will be authorizing new monetary penalties for violations of the Canadian Environmental Assessment Act, the Nuclear Safety and Control Act, and the National Energy Board Act. So in short, Mr. Speaker, we will ensure that we will continue to have a rigorous environmental process that will serve Canadians well in the years ahead. We know, or Canadians know, that we must make the most of our abundant natural resources and the opportunities found in the global markets. And Mr. Speaker, that takes me to comments that were made last week by the Leader of the Opposition when he talked about Dutch disease, when he criticized the thriving industries, particularly in Western Canada, and said that they are destroying the economy across this country. We all know that that's foolishness, and the premiers of Alberta, BC, and Saskatchewan all addressed that issue. But It's unfortunate the opposition leader did not then apologize for the comments that he made. He decided that he would raise the ante up one more step. Today he addressed it again, and it's unfortunate because it seems that the NDP just don't understand that their policies do nothing but cost Canadians their jobs. I want to read what he said today about Dutch disease. He said, "The Dutch disease is setting in Canada. We are losing hundreds of thousands of good-paying manufacturing jobs because we're not internalizing environmental costs." Now, that doesn't mean much to the average Canadian until it's actually defined, but Canadians need to know what it is that he's talking about, when he says internalizing environmental costs. And that is, he's talking about a carbon tax. We know the NDP supports a carbon tax. We know that's what he's saying, but he won't come out and just say that. And we need to understand, Mr. Speaker, from testimony that we've heard at the Natural Resource Committee, that if a carbon tax is applied across this country, it's going to have to be so high that it will impact every Canadian's life. And that's what the NDP's intent here is in saying we need to internalize environmental costs. They're saying we need a carbon tax. We need to set that carbon tax so high that every Canadian in this country is going to have to pay the price until they change their behavior. Canadians need to understand that that is, in fact, what the NDP are talking about when they're talking about user pay. So, Mr. Speaker, I don't know how much more time I've got. Just a minute? Good. Thank you. So, Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to responsible resource development. We've brought forward a responsible plan in the budget here, and the NDP should be supporting it. They've been using a lot of cliches and exaggerated arguments and illustrations to try to scare Canadians. They need to do better than that. They should join with us in protecting the economy, protecting the environment, and moving ahead, creating jobs, creating a stronger economy, and creating prosperity for Canadians.
Questions and commentaires. L'honorable député.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for La Pointe-de-l'Île. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, people should stop making comments. We're not talking about a carbon tax here. We're talking about legislation, government legislation, that is attacking environmental regulations. If the member opposite doesn't see a difference between the economy and the environment, he would have to say then there isn't opposition between job creation and the environment. I'd like him to tell me what creates jobs by eliminating protection for fish habitat. Is that going to create jobs? Can the honourable member opposite tell us how many jobs it's going to create by reducing protection, by changing measures with respect to fish habitat? How many jobs is that going to create? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
It's unfortunate. Those of us in Saskatchewan understand this because we had to experience this for so many years, but it's extremely unfortunate that the NDP think you have to take from one group in order to give to another group. And so you hear their leader coming out and talking about how we have to basically shut down the economy in Western Canada in order to try to create something in Eastern Canada, failing to understand that the two of them are tied together and that prosperity in one part of this country generates prosperity in another part of the country. They also fail to understand that you can have a balanced economy and environmental protection at the same time. So they will consistently take the extreme position that we need to stop the economy, stop development in this country, try to make people more dependent on government so that government continues to grow in order to protect the environment. We can find that balance between economic growth and environmental protection, and this budget bill does that.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A few moments ago, the member for Winnipeg North characterized as heartless and I think cruel the efforts to finally move towards a fast immigration system which will allow us to admit qualified applicants for immigration within a matter of months rather than years, ensuring that they get better employment prospects and higher incomes, better linking newcomers to our labour market. Would the member for Cypress Hills Grasslands not agree with me that if anything was cruel, it was the former Liberal government's incompetent mismanagement of our immigration system, which allowed a backlog of which left in 2006 to this government, a backlog of nearly 1 million people waiting for up to 8 years to immigrate to Canada? Will he not agree with me that that was an example of terrible neglect of the immigration system on the part of the previous Liberal government?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, I would have to agree with the Minister, probably the best Minister of Immigration that we've had in this country for many decades, that it was imperative that something be done to change the system that was in place when the Liberals were finally removed from power, because as he pointed out, there were huge backlogs, hundreds of thousands of people waiting to get into this country. What we're trying to do is put in an immigration system where people can come to this country, they can get jobs, they get good-paying jobs, and we can deal with some of the inequality that we've seen in the past that immigrants have had to deal with. So I have to congratulate the Minister for his great work on this file and dealing with it and dealing with this tough file in a way that's fair to immigrants and fair to Canadians and is making a huge difference for Canadians as well.
Questions or comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, I'm interested in hearing the minister stand up and try to address this issue, somewhat in a fictitious way, I must say. You know, this government, in fact, Mr. Speaker, is the one that created the backlog to hit the million point. What the Minister of Immigration is doing is he's hitting the delete button, literally saying to 100,000 people abroad that they can no longer come to Canada. And that's what Bill C-38 is going to be doing, Mr. Speaker. It is a cruel way in terms of having to deal with would-be immigrants, Mr. Speaker. And my question to the member, as opposed to trying to play the politics of this being a great minister, when in fact the reality would show quite the different, that we've never seen a minister hit a delete button on backlogs. We've never seen a minister put an absolute 2-year freeze for being able to sponsor parents. How is that fair? Why is it the government has chosen this particular budget, C-38, in order to go through the back door?
Order. Order. We do need a little bit of time left for the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to give his response. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, this is so typical of the Liberal Party. They'd sit and do nothing for 13 years. They allow a backlog to grow. It grows from 500,000 to 600,000 to 700,000 to 800,000 to 840,000. We come in, we try to straighten out the system, and then he turns around and says that we shouldn't have done that. Had they been in power, by now that backlog would be 1.5 million, and the wait list wouldn't be 8 years. It would probably 12 to 14 years. How does that serve immigrants?
Before we go to resuming debate, it's my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Scarborough Southwest regarding employment. The Honourable Member for Quebec. L'Honourable Député de Québec.
The Honourable Member for Quebec, Veterans Affairs, and the Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway, Citizenship and Immigration.
It's the Honourable Member for Saskatoon Humboldt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleagues today who have debated and engaged in this. I particularly appreciated my close colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary for Natural Resources, for his remarks. And Mr. Speaker, I welcome this opportunity to speak about our government's plan for responsible resource development. And I do that not just as a Member of Parliament who represents a region of Saskatchewan, both urban and rural, that depends heavily on resource development, but as someone who has worked in these industries over the years. As has many Canadians, I put my way through university by planting trees in our forestry sector. A good physical job that paid well, that rewarded initiative and paid not per hour but per tree, something which I think many university students could appreciate, because at the end of the day, the harder you work, the more effort you put in, the more you appreciate your university education. And that university education allowed me to become a geophysicist, someone who got to practice in northern Quebec, in Nunavut, in the Yukon, in the Northwest Territories, in Manitoba, and of course in my beloved home province of Saskatchewan. So I had the privilege of understanding, not just in the theoretical, not just in the abstract, but actually very practical to my own bottom line, to the bottom line of my constituents and my own personal life, the value of natural resources to us as a country. And Mr. Speaker, our government's top priority has always been to support jobs and growth and to sustain the Canadian economy. And since we introduced the Economic Action Plan to respond to the global recession, Canada has recovered all of the jobs lost during the recession. In fact, in less than 3 years since 2009, employment has increased by more than 750,000, achieving the strongest job growth among the G7 countries. And our natural resource sector is a large part of that extraordinary job. The natural resource sectors have supported the development of communities large and small throughout our nation,
and they have helped us to build a quality of life that is second to none in the world. Today, Canada's natural resource sector employs 760,000 Canadians. Furthermore, the resource sectors also generate billions of dollars worth of tax revenues and royalties annually to help pay for government programs and services for Canadians. And we can see this future wealth being capitalized and becoming reality now. Over the next decade, Canada could have as many as 500 new projects and $500 billion in investments in energy and mining sectors alone. I'll give just one very basic example of how this can affect our country. In my own constituency, there is a potash mine being developed. When it is developed, as it looks very likely to happen, it will be the world's largest potash mine. This project, in and of itself, in my constituency alone, is worth over $10 billion. So we see, Mr. Speaker, that resource development is not just isolated in Canada to Fort McMurray, to the oil sands, to the region up north. This is something that affects all Canadians, because the development of this mine does not just boost economic activity in the riding of Saskatoon-Humboldt, in the city of Saskatoon. Much of the engineering for this project is being done in Ontario and Quebec, employing highly skilled engineers in the service industry in eastern Canada. But, Mr. Speaker, with these projects creating an estimated 700,000 jobs across Canada, they will continue to increase our country's economic prosperity. However, we've seen via the leader of their party, the NDP, disagrees. Their leader said that the natural resources are a disease that destroys the manufacturing sector. In their world, all of economic growth is a zero-sum game. Good, high-paying jobs are all at the expense of the East. Instead of embracing economic growth, the leader of the NDP has chosen to pit one region of the country against another. Though to be perfectly fair, Mr. Speaker, that's not completely accurate, because natural resources are actually an integral part of the entire Canadian economy. And when you begin to attack natural resources as damaging other parts of the Canadian economy and other regions of the economy, you're attacking natural resource industries all across this country. I think of diamond mines in the Northwest Territory and in Ontario, oil production off the east coast of Newfoundland and Labrador. And we think of the Plan Nord going forward in northern Quebec. When you attack natural resources, you attack northern Quebec, you attack Newfoundland, you attack the Northwest Territories, you attack the entirety of the prairie regions, and in effect, you attack one of the largest economic growth engines of Canada for all 10 provinces. Now, Mr. Speaker, as it's been stated earlier, economic growth in one region, the West, does not disadvantage another region, Eastern Canada. Quite the opposite. The economic growth of the West requires manufactured products of all type, from machineries to pipelines to construction materials. Hundreds of companies in the East are benefiting in a large way from resource development that is not just in the West, but through the entirety of Canada. Just listen to what Jason Myers, the CEO and President of the Canadian Manufacturers and Exporters, said about resource development. In total, we estimate that energy and resource companies invested more than $85 billion in major capital projects in 2011. And we think those investments will double over the next 3 years. Those investments will drive new businesses for Canadian manufacturers in a variety of sectors, ranging from equipment, structural steel, and metal fabrication to construction materials and parts suppliers. They will provide opportunities for engineering and construction companies, processing and environmental technology companies, and services ranging from accommodation, food, environmental, and resource services through to land management, trucking, and distribution as well. That's a quote. Far from destroying our manufacturing sector, our resource sector is helping to provide jobs to the manufacturing sector. Mr. Speaker, Canadians understand full well what the government is trying to achieve here. They understand the massive economic potential of our resources. They also know that when it comes to resource development, the environment, it's not an either-or situation. Canadians realize that it is possible to have both. We can responsibly develop Canada's resources and protect the environment as we modernize the regulatory system. In fact, Mr. Speaker, a recent public opinion survey from the Chamber of Commerce showed 65% of the people of Canada asked agreed that it is possible to increase energy production while protecting the environment. And this, Mr. Speaker, is very key. In responsible resource development, we will not only maintain Canada's world-class environmental protection programs, we also intend to strengthen them. This will be achieved by focusing federal environmental assessment efforts on major projects that can have adverse effects on the environment. Mr. Speaker, let me add a personal note here. As someone who has worked in mining resource exploration, people of Canada need to know that companies themselves take a very, very tough line on environmental standards. In fact, Mr. Speaker, when I did exploration in the north, we actually left behind less of an ecological imprint than most of the tour organizers and tours that were going through northern Canada. Mining exploration was less of an impact than canoe trips and people going through the north. And that's not to say that they were causing major negative ecological impact on northern Canada, but just showed how absolutely serious we picked up everything that we put down. Absolutely everything flew in, flew out. We were very strict in how the environmental standards were. Now, our government has taken steps to strengthen compliance and introduce stronger enforcement tools by doing several ways. Introducing new enforceable environmental assessment decisions that ensure project proponents comply with required environmental measures. Introduce new penalties for contraventions of the Canadian Environmental Assessment Act by authorizing the use of administrative monetary penalties for violations of the Canadian Environmental Assessment Act, the Nuclear Safety and Control Act, and the National Energy Boards Act. And also by strengthening compliance by making conditions attached to the Fisheries Act authorizations enforceable. These are not the actions of a government that is scared to stand up for the environment, but a government that cares greatly about the environment, but a government that also understands the environment and natural resources work together. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I have spent much of my career before arriving in Parliament traveling across Canada, seeing how our natural resources create job and prosperity in every region of the country. Canadians from coast to coast realize how important the resource sectors are to their communities' livelihood and well-being. Natural resources is our endowment. It's a high-tech industry. It's something we need to unleash, this resource potential to create jobs, not just in Western Canada, not just in Northern Canada, not just in Eastern Canada, but through the entirety of across Canada. There's vast potential for all regions of our country to benefit from responsible development of our resources. Mr. Speaker, I entirely reject the NDP premise that what's good for one part of the country is bad for the rest. All of Canada can prosper as a united, free country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Alors, la députée de...
The honourable member for Honoré-Mercier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My Conservative colleague talked about sustainable development and the mining sector. To get to that point, you have to have very fulsome environmental assessments. So how can we do there? There can't be too many limitations to these assessments, and plus the agency's budget is being cut. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I think it goes back to the underlying premise that more hurdles create better results. In fact, I will invite the honourable member to look back into some of the things that this government has done prior to the last election, where we developed an economic plan to get infrastructure out faster. When we actually did call back officials, other people to testify before the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, which I was a part of at the time, they testified that actually as things got done faster, there was more focus and more people had responsibility. Rather than passing the buck, authority was taken, answers were delivered, people knew who was responsible. So more expenditures, more hurdles, more regulations do not necessarily provide a better outcome. We are interested first and foremost in the outcome when it comes to the environment and developing our natural resources.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Thunder Bay, Superior North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I agree with the honourable member that resources are important to communities across Canada, but I disagree about how we're developing them, Before 2000, the year 2000, Canada made progress in moving away from being hewers of wood, drawers of water, and miners and exporters of raw bitumen and crude oil. Yesterday's Globe and Mail had some interesting statistics about how the clock has been turned back and how the economy is reverting back towards a raw materials industry. In 1999, finished goods, manufactured goods, constituted almost 60% of all exports out of Canada. In 2011, unprocessed and semi-processed resources constituted 2/3 of total exports, the highest in decades. So my question, Mr. Speaker, to the honourable member is, don't we really need a new, or maybe it's renewed, industrial strategy which constitutes more than tax cuts to banks and big oil companies, hasty so-called free trade agreements, and irresponsible resource exploitation? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Saskatoon-Humboldt.
I think I'll respond to my honourable colleague's question in two respects. Yes, we could lower the percentage of our exports that are natural resources. We would do that by cutting the prices. I do not know why any government would encourage its citizens to lower the price for the goods that they're selling. That just doesn't make sense. One of the reasons that the percentage of raw products, of raw materials has gone up in our trade is because the value of them has gone up. More money is flowing into Canada for the same barrel of oil, for the same ton of potash. The second thing I will note, which my honourable colleague should understand coming from this region, and I'm sure he does, is that the natural resources industry is a high-tech industry. When you actually go drilling for oil or developing a new mine, you need vast amounts of engineering, intellectual capital to get that, be it with your computer science design, mine design, or various other technologies that are necessary. Natural resources is a high-tech industry.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Ancaster, Dundas, Flamborough, Westdale.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity to ask my colleague a question about the Economic Action Plan 2012, but specifically around research and development and the importance of that in the future economy. The riding I represent has McMaster University in it and McMaster Innovation Park. They've actually sent letters to the government really heralding the budget, and we've had many discussions and workshops around how important research, development, and venture capital is to really get rid of the gap between the research lab and the shop floor to create tomorrow's jobs. And I'm just wondering if that's really important in Saskatchewan like it is in Ontario and in Hamilton.
Member for Saskatoon-Humboldt.
Well, I thank my honourable colleague for this, and in fact, that's an excellent question. In Saskatoon, we have the Canadian Light Source Centre, a very high-tech, large project physics development. Again, excellent example of R&D, something which I personally have gone to bat for to make sure they get funding. They do, among other things, of course, pharmaceuticals and other research, but they do environmental and natural resource research for mining companies to help them develop. So we see that R&D, supported by this government, is integrated with natural resources in high-tech urban areas. Canadians, we're all in this together, regardless of where we come from. Our industries are interlinked.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Etobicoke North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last night I was honoured to participate in the Committee of the Whole regarding the environment. It was extremely unfortunate, however, that the minister kept telling parliamentarians that he did not have answers. Sometimes he simply refused to answer, even though his officials were sitting right in front of him with the information. For example, the minister failed to answer my questions on the cost of liabilities that will arise under the new environmental assessment process, how the government compares it to the costs of liabilities under the old assessment process, and whether he would table said analysis. He failed to answer how many of the 10 ozone sonde stations will be supported under the new budget, and this matters because ozone is critical to life on Earth and it protects us from the sun's harmful radiation. He failed to answer what is in the budget to address the concerns of the Environment Commissioner. He failed to answer whether there were any disruptions in service at the World Ozone and UV Data Center. He failed to list the organizations he is accused of money laundering. And this is only a few of my questions that he failed or refused to answer. Mr. Speaker, so let me provide some facts about the Conservative government's repeated failing grades on the environment. The 2008 Climate Change Performance Index ranked Canada 56th of 57 countries in terms of tackling emissions. In 2009, the Conference Board of Canada ranked Canada 15th of 17 wealthy industrialized nations on environmental performance. In 2010, Simon Fraser University ranked Canada 24th of 25 OECD nations on environmental performance. Most recently, Columbia and Yale's Environmental Performance Index ranked Canada 102nd of 132 countries on climate change. Mr. Speaker, this profoundly sad time for the environment under the Conservatives continues. The government is now gutting 50 years of environmental oversight and threatening the health and safety of Canadians, our communities, our economy, our livelihoods, and our future generations. Mr. Speaker, we need to be very clear that when the government came to power, it inherited a legacy of balanced budgets, but soon plunged us into deficit before the recession ever hit. It is absolutely negligent and shameful that the government would gut environmental safeguards to fast-track development rather than promote sustainable development, development that meets the needs of today without compromising those of the future. The government did not campaign in the last election on gutting environmental protection. Canadians should therefore rise up, have their voices heard, and stop the destruction of laws that protect the environment and health and safety of Canadians. In fact, Maurice Strong, a prominent Canadian who spearheaded the Rio Earth Summit in 1992, has urged people who are concerned about the future of the environment to do an end run around the federal government. He urged grassroots groups to mobilize and make full use of social media, saying that there was still some time to bring the pressure of people power. Mr. Speaker, instead of understanding the gravity of the situation and standing up for the environment, the Conservative government returns to tired talking points and trying to score political points by attacking the former Liberal leader, saying that the Liberals took no action on climate change when it knows this is absolutely false. The Liberals implemented Project Green, which would have taken us 80% of the way to meeting our Kyoto targets. The Conservatives killed Project Green, reduced our greenhouse gas emission targets by an astonishing 90%, spent over $9 billion of taxpayers' hard-earned money and achieved little, walked away from Kyoto, are in the process of repealing the Kyoto Protocol Implementation Act, and continue to ignore the fact that failing to take action on climate change will cost Canadians $21 to $43 billion annually by 2050. Mr. Speaker, last week the Environment Commissioner reported what we have known for a very long time, namely that the government is not on track to make its 2020 emissions targets. Environment Canada's own forecast shows that in 2020, Canada's emissions will be 7% above 2005 levels, not the promised 17% below. The so-called law and order government has yet again violated the rule of law. According to the Environment Commissioner, the federal government did not comply with the Kyoto Protocol Implementation Act passed by Parliament in 2007. Does the minister think it is okay to break the law? And going forward, what accountability measures will he put in place to ensure transparency when reporting greenhouse gas emissions to Canadians? Mr. Speaker, Maurice Strong says that the government may be totally negative when it comes to being a constructive force in mitigating climate change. For example, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment continues to rail against Kyoto. Is she aware, however, that her own minister has for the second time said that Kyoto was a good idea in its time? He first said it to the Huffington Post and has now said it to the BBC. Norway's former Prime Minister, former chair of the World Commission on Environment and Development, and former Director General of the World Health Organization, Dr. Gro Harlem Brundtland, recently said that Canada was moving backward on the issue of climate change and warned Canada not to be naive on the issue. She recently told delegates in Canada that despite the weaknesses of the Kyoto Protocol, the world could not afford to push it aside without an alternative, as emissions are continually rising. When questioned about the link between human activity and climate change, she said, "Politicians and others that question the science, that's not the right thing to do. We have to base ourselves in evidence." When will the minister deliver the plans and regulations for the 6 remaining sectors, and particularly for one of the most important sectors, the oil and gas industry, as the oil sands are the fastest growing source of emissions in Canada? Mr. Speaker, last night I asked the minister how many of Environment Canada's Climate Impacts Adaptation Group, many of them Nobel Prize-winning scientists, will be supported to undertake adaptation work for Canada, as the cost of adaptation will once again be $21 to $43 billion annually by 2050. I was asked to repeat the question. On asking the question a third time, I received the ridiculous answer that the Adaptation Research Group is like climate change, an evolving organization. Mr. Speaker, while the Conservatives claim a balanced approach to protecting the environment and promoting economic growth, when has the Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister, actually ever stood up for the environment? Was it through cuts to Environment Canada, cuts to the Canadian Environmental Assessment Agency, or cuts to ozone monitoring? The list of cuts goes on and on. Mr. Speaker, Canadians should not be fooled by mere snippets of environmental protection, but should in fact pay attention to the government's reducing budgets at Environment Canada and other investments on environmental protection and research by hundreds of millions of dollars, while maintaining several tax incentives for the oil and gas sector that the Minister of Finance's department recommended eliminating in a secret memo. Mr. Speaker, after we vote against this kitchen sink budget, a budget that devotes 150 pages of a 425-page budget to environmental gutting, the Conservative government will stand up and say, the opposition voted against some good things for the environment. However, the government gives us absolutely no choice, as we simply cannot vote for the wholesale destruction of environmental legislation and 50 years of safeguards. If the Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of the Environment, and the Minister of Natural Resources really believe that Bill C-38, the kitchen sink bill, is good for the environment, they should have the courage to hive off the sections on environmental protection and send them to the relevant committees for clause-by-clause study under public scrutiny and end the affront to democracy. Mr. Speaker, I have a list of cuts to Environment Canada and just some of the changes on the environment to be found in Bill C-38. There are cuts of 200 positions at Environment Canada. Last summer, the government announced cuts of 700 positions and a 43% cut to the Canadian Environmental Assessment Agency. There are cuts to research and monitoring initiatives, air pollution, industrial emissions, water quality, wastewater, and partnerships for a greener economy. Cuts of $3.8 million for emergency disaster response, and consolidating the unit that responds to oil spill emergencies in central Canada, namely Gatineau and Montreal, far from where emergencies, including those involving diluted bitumen, might occur on the Pacific and Atlantic coasts and along the proposed route of the Northern Gateway Pipeline project. Mr. Speaker, by what number and percentage will the new Central Canada unit be slashed that will have to respond to oil spill emergencies? When will the minister table the scientific analysis that backs up his claims there will be no negative impact? Mr. Speaker, last week Environment Canada released its report on plans and priorities, signed by the minister. I will quote from the report. Skills. Due to transmission alignment challenges, the department risks being unable to stay current with advances in science and technology. Knowledge required to support programs and internal services could pose difficulties. Environment Canada is a science-based department. The above passage suggests the government is doing Environment Canada serious damage. The minister has previously misled Canadians by saying there would be no compromise of programs. Given the recognition that there is a problem at Environment Canada, I would like to know what new funds has the Environment Minister specifically allocated to bring his department up to date with advances in science and technology in order to protect the environment, the health and safety of Canadians, and evidence-based decision-making. Mr. Speaker, the government has repealed the Kyoto Protocol Implementation Act. It has repealed the Canadian Environmental Assessment Act, which allows the federal government to avoid environmental reviews of many potentially harmful projects and to do less comprehensive reviews where they still occur. Canada's Environment Commissioner says that the changes are among the most significant policy development in 30 or 40 years, and that there will be a significant narrowing of public participation. While the Minister of Natural Resources complains, quote, "Our inefficient, duplicative, and unpredictable regulatory system is an impediment. It is complex, slow-moving, and wasteful. It subjects major projects to unpredictable and potentially endless delays." Premier Jean Charest says, "In Quebec, we're very well mastered the ability of doing joint assessments. I have learned through my experiences that trying to short-circuit to reduce the process will only make it longer. And it is better to have a rigorous, solid process. It gives a better outcome. And for those who are promoting projects, it will give them more predictability than if not." Mr. Speaker, there are more changes. The weakening of several environmental laws, including species at risk in water, the near elimination of fish habitat in the Fisheries Act, putting species from coast to coast to coast at increased risk of habitat loss and population decline. The authority of the federal cabinet to approve new pipeline projects above the National Energy Board, and the elimination of the National Roundtable on the Environment and the Economy, the independent think tank with a direct mandate from Parliament. The Minister of the Environment has never said what will replace it, despite my asking twice in Parliament. The head of NRT does not know either, as what it does is unique. Mr. Speaker, this week the Foreign Affairs Minister said the closure of the Roundtable had more to do with the content of the research itself, namely, promotion of a carbon tax as a means of addressing climate change. He said, and I quote, "Why should taxpayers have to pay for more than 10 reports promoting a carbon tax, something that the people of Canada have repeatedly rejected?" Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Foreign Affairs confirms what we have known for a very long time, namely that this government puts ideology above evidence. The NRT issued economic and science-based reports which did not agree with conservative ideology. The National Roundtable has been a well-respected, unbiased, independent organization for over 2 decades. It was started by the Mulroney government. Our present Governor-General was its founding chair, and this government should know how important it is. Mr. Speaker, the Foreign Minister's remarks 2 days ago had nothing to do with the carbon tax. After all, the Prime Minister himself has promised a price on carbon of $65 per tonne by 2016 to 2018. Rather, it was the government's attempt to change the channel, as it was coming under harsh criticism for gutting environmental protection. It was also the government's attempt to silence its critics. The government is practicing 1940-style McCarthyism, shut down any independent voice, and bully and intimidate those you can't shut down. Mr. Speaker, we are also seeing the silencing of government critics through changes to the Canada Revenue Agency. and the attempts to seize control of the university research agenda. Mr. Speaker, the government should be able to stand on its own merits. It should be able to withstand criticism. Instead of making its arguments, it is just looking to eliminate dissent. Mr. Speaker, the criticism of Bill C-38 is extensive. For example, the Ottawa Citizen reports, quote, "Something's fishy with Bill C-38. There was no need for great chunks of legislation to be retrofitted into a 420-page omnibus budget bill that looks to have been intended to confound every effort by the House of Commons to scrutinize its contents intelligently." The Vancouver, I quote, the Vancouver Sun reports, and I quote, "Omnibus bill threatens fish. A new front in the battle against the federal government's omnibus budget bill opened up Monday when BC Conservative Party leader John Cummins sent a letter to Prime Minister warning of major threats to fishing communities and the environment if major Fisheries Act amendments are passed. Mr. Speaker, for decades, Canadians have depended on the federal government to safeguard our families and nature from pollution, toxic contamination, and other environmental problems through a safety net of environmental laws. This bill shreds this environmental safety net to fast-track development at the expense of all Canadians. Instead, the government could have implemented my motions 322, 323, and 325, which focused on Canada's commitment to sustainable development, recognizing that it was not a choice between saving the economy and the environment, and therefore working with the provinces, territories, and stakeholders to develop a green economy strategy and a national sustainability strategy, or a sustainable energy strategy, to build the jobs of the future for our communities and for Canada. Mr. Speaker, when we compromise the air, the water, the soil, the variety of life, we steal from the endless future to serve the fleeting present. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm quite glad that the Honourable Member had an opportunity to speak because she helps reinforce for Canadians just why it is that the Liberals are in such a small position in the House of Commons now, Mr. Speaker. Because the real reason is this, that the Liberals always talk a great game, but they never actually accomplish anything. They actually admitted that they never had a plan to implement Kyoto. They admitted that they didn't get the job done. This side of the House, of course, Chemical Management Plan, we did it. Great Lakes Cleanup, we did it. Copenhagen, we're doing it. Acid Rain Treaty, we did it. Lake Simcoe Cleanup Fund, we did it. $1 billion to clean up our to secure our natural heritage across this country, we did it. Expansion of our national parks, we did it. Mr. Speaker, on every single issue, when it comes to actually taking care of the environment, there's a big difference between this side and the Liberals. We say what we're going to do, and we do it. The Liberals say what they want to do because they think it'll gain some votes, and then never actually accomplish it. Is she not embarrassed to get up in the House today and pretend like she and her party have ever cared about the environment?
Member for Etobicoke North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Actually, as a scientist, one who consulted to Environment Canada, who served on the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, was picked by my government to do so, I'm very proud to stand up and talk to my party's record. We signed Kyoto. We took action. We had a plan. It was called Project Green. That plan would have got us 80% of getting our way to meeting our Kyoto targets. The Conservative government killed that plan. They killed that plan. They have since reduced their emissions targets by 90%, an astonishing 90%, and they can get us only a third of the way to meeting their very weak target. As for their, quote, success on water, This is a government that is contributing 0.7% of what is required to clean up the Great Lakes, and they did so a real slap on the face on World Water Day.
Question commentaire. The honourable member for Burnaby Douglas.
Speaker. Lots of great discussion here, lots of great points by my colleague, but I have two specific points I'm hoping she could answer, and this is regarding the two oil pipelines that are slated for British Columbia. And I would like to know specifically, what's the Liberal position on the Enbridge Northern Gateway pipeline and on the Kinder Morgan Trans Mountain pipeline expansion? Thank you.
Honourable member for Etobicoke North. Order.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his questions. The Liberal Party is actually the party of evidence, and we are the party that consults. We have a process in place. It was the Canadian Environmental Assessment Act, and we need to see how that plays out. Unfortunately, this government has just repealed the Canadian Environmental Assessment Act. As I said, this government...
Order. Members, of course, realize that when another member has been recognized to respond or provide comments that they have the floor. We'll keep other discussions on the lowdown. The honourable member for Etobicoke North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, the government has repealed the Canadian Environmental Assessment Act. And we have great concerns about going forward. There were things that needed to be changed. I think everyone in the House would agree. What no one is expected was for that act to be repealed.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Thunder Bay, Superior North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like the honourable member here, I'm concerned about Canadian sustainability. Like the honourable member, who has a wonderful track record on environmental issues, the Conservatives, I'm concerned that the Conservatives just don't seem to care about the environment. And like her, I'm concerned that while they inherited balanced budgets and significant surpluses, we now have the largest deficits in the history of Canada through mismanagement and tax rates to big banks and big oil that are less than 1/2 of the United States. So my question to this honourable member, does she agree with me that there are three things under this government that are unsustainable? An unsustainable environment, unsustainable resource management, and an unsustainable economy due to flawed ideologies and economic mismanagement?
The honourable member for Etobicoke North.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. There must always be a balance between the economy and the environment. And while the government says the right things, it claims they understand you don't pit one against the other. Unfortunately, the actions belie that. They are allowing the pendulum to swing too far in the direction of economic interests. And I'll give you an example where the government really missed an opportunity. In the stimulus package, the government spent $3 billion on a green stimulus. Let me compare that with the United States, which spent $112 billion on a green stimulus, and China that spent $221 billion on a green stimulus, and in the process created thousands of new jobs, jobs that Canada missed.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage is rising on a point of order.
I just wanted to confirm if the member is talking about the United States that has a $3 trillion debt and a $1 trillion deficit. If that's the plan that she's asking that we follow, because I didn't hear, so if she could just clarify if that's the plan that she would ask us to follow.
I think it's really a matter of debate on the facts the member has uttered. It's not a point of order, in fact. I think the honourable member for Etobicoke North did finish that last question, so we'll go to questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Burnaby Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just looking for a little clarification on my last question. I did ask specifically what the Liberal position is on the Enbridge Northern Gateway pipeline, and I did hear consultation, but I'm wondering since the environmental legislation has been gutted, if perhaps the Liberals have changed their view on this project. Of course, we in the NDP are opposed to this pipeline. Thank you.
The honourable member for Etobicoke North.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question. I was very clear. 2 points. We are the party of evidence. We wait to hear the evidence. There is a process in place. We have to hear what will play through. Our concern, though, is there is a backdating under the budget. So by the time this budget passes, the pipeline could actually be approved. That is a concern. We are the party that consults. We have 2 pieces, evidence-based and consultative. We listen to Canadians.
Hear, hear. Questions and comments? Question, commentaire. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering if my colleague can just provide a comment in regards to the government using the budget debate specific on this bill to affect the environment and the impact it's going to have on the environment.
Honourable member for Etobicoke North.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. It is simply outrageous to use a budget bill to gut 50 years of environmental protections in order to fast-track development. If we look historically, when we do not pay attention to the environment, there are problems. And I'll give you a good example. In the 1950s, there was a terrible fog, a thick sulfurous fog that occurred in London. That fog killed 4,000 people, and it was linked to very high coal burning. So our legislation is in place. It's there to protect the health and safety of Canadians. And to put it in a budget bill, to not allow public scrutiny, clause by clause, in the right committee, the Environment Committee that has the expertise to study this, is unconscionable.
The honourable member for West Vancouver Sunshine Coast Sea to Sky Country is rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I want to congratulate the member for Etobicoke North and my colleague, the member for Sackville Eastern Shore, for joining with me in a very extraordinary cross-parliamentary initiative, the Parliamentary Fitness Initiative. Together we produced last week the first ever Bike Day on the Hill, and yesterday was National Light Jacket and Swim Day. And so what I'm going to seek, Mr. Speaker, is unanimous support for the following. We would like to bring about, before National Health and Fitness Day on June 2nd, a resolution in this House. In order to do so, I need to swap spots with my colleague in the order of precedence. So I'm going to ask for unanimous support in this House for the following, that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, Mr. Moore of Fundy Royal exchange positions in the list for the consideration of private members' business with me, Mr. West, and West Vancouver Sunshine Coast Sea to Sky Country, so that we can accomplish that cross-parliamentary objective. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does the honourable member have the consent of the House to propose the motion? No. There is no consent. We're to resuming debate. Reprise de débat. L'honorable député de Beauharnois.
The honourable member for Beauharnois-Salaberry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Il me fait plaisir de prendre la parole.
I'm pleased to rise today to support the excellent motion in the name of my colleague for Halifax. The motion stipulates that the budget bill weakens provisions regarding environmental assessments and the Fisheries Act. The measures contained in Bill C-38 will jeopardize lakes, rivers, oceans, ecosystems, and the fishery, among other things. With the tabling of the disastrous report by the Commissioner of the Environment on May 8th, we can clearly see the tendency developing among conservatives as regards the environment, a trend towards bad faith, poor management, contempt for facts, statistics, and common sense. The Minister of Foreign Affairs admitted it this week. What the government doesn't like, it destroys. And that's what they did with the National Roundtable on the Environment and the Economy. They decided to abolish it because the group dared talk about a carbon tax. The Roundtable will soon publish a report that shows that lack of action to deal with greenhouse gas emissions will cost Canada dearly, much more than if it had attempted to implement regulations to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Because the government appears to be incapable of putting a figure on its current reduction plan, nor on the Kyoto plan, I imagine that the study by the National Roundtable on the Environment will be of great interest, unless, of course, they decide to muzzle those scientists once again, as they enjoy doing so much. Now, Mr. Speaker, it's 2012, the 21st century. Conservatives are playing with the health and safety of Canadians. This government must take its responsibility immediately. Are they avaricious, or is it simply just not in my backyard? Are they incompetent, or is it all of the above? Yesterday, in Committee of the Whole, the Minister of the Environment was incapable of telling us which programs would be abolished within the department and what impacts these cuts would have on the environment. Unable to explain what duties would be cut among the thousands of public servants who would be cut in the department. Now, if the minister himself can't even provide those answers, who else can in the government? We questioned the minister for over 4 hours, and we didn't get any concrete answers. This is worrisome, especially because people want answers. They want to be consulted. And the government is preventing it from people from obtaining answers. Now, why has the government refused to take concrete action? Examples from elsewhere, statistics, and science are all unanimous. The situation is serious. Action must be taken now. Scientists have said the same thing, as has the Commissioner of the Environment. He said it several times on last Tuesday. The government's response? Well, it's a 431-page document announced by all environmental organizations, including certain members, former Conservative members. This is a huge bill. It will have a devastating impact for our natural heritage. Experts won't even have an opportunity to take a close look at these changes, and that is showing contempt for Canadians and democracy. It's almost like we're in a dictatorship, Mr. Speaker. Now, I could identify the ill-thought-out and irresponsible measures of the bill because there are many other. I would like to focus on the environment today. The government is seeking to do one thing: destroy the environment, destroy progress. And soon it will be destroying the economy. Through the devastating work that it's doing. Instead of weakening environmental protection measures and progress that has been made in recent years in the fishery and environmental assessments, which took years to establish, the government should show leadership by strengthening measures for environmental protection, especially because time is of the essence. There are deadlines, and the Commissioner of the Environment said last week that he doubted that with the efforts or the lack of effort by the Conservatives, the very minimal objectives set by the government could be met at the current pace. Is that how we build a country in the 21st century? How we stimulate the economy and generate innovation in the private sector? It's very alarming. Now, there are a host of positive examples. Look at Germany, for example, where environmental regulation is stricter. This situation has led to a growth in the renewable energy sector, the creation of thousands of jobs. They're a world leader, in fact, in sustainable development. That's a much better picture than the one painted of Canada, the international black sheep at all environmental conferences. One of the worst polluters, Canada ranks third in the OECD, following Australia and the US. Hats off to the Government of Canada. As the Commissioner's report shows, the government needs to change its archaic way of doing things. Wake up, Conservatives. The measures being put forth by environmental groups and by the National Roundtable on the Environment and the Economy, as well as other specialists, have proposed measures, and they don't represent costs, but savings. The initial cost of implementing regulations would be converted quickly into savings if, as any good manager would, the short and long-term social advantages were taken into account. Let's look at a concrete example. The Office of Management and Budget at the White House compared the costs and benefits of protecting the environment. The United States, just south of us, the example that the Conservatives refer to as a model for its policies, well, the United States determined that the combined costs of all regulations would be $26 billion annually. However, they can save up to $533 billion linked to preventing respiratory disease that's caused by smog and other problems associated with contaminated sites. The links between health and safety of Canadians and the environment are clear. Think about the air we breathe. Think about global warming and food safety, the quality of water, and so on. Now, Mr. Speaker, this budget being put forth by the Conservatives illustrates their vision, or lack thereof, Mr. Speaker. They have a myopic vision. It's irresponsible. This is a government that prefers to give in to the pressure of their friends in big oil instead of protecting our natural heritage and the health of future generations. Once again, this government has shown just how prepared it is to sidestep democracy and science to concentrate power in the hands of cabinet. It's putting measures that fall under the purview of a dozen committees into one bill that will be scrutinized by a very small number of experts. Canadians are once again being deprived of a debate on these important issues that will affect their safety, their health, and their environment. It's like a witch hunt for environmental groups. This reminds me of McCarthyism in the 1950s. Canadians want the government to adopt principles for sustainable development, but this budget reduces and eliminates all environmental guidelines that protect our shores, our rivers, and so on. Unfortunately, for the government, the economic interests of large oil takes precedence over the health of Canadians and long-term energy security. By eliminating the Environmental Assessment Act, by arbitrarily reducing the length or time frame for environmental assessments and so on, the Conservative government is clearly showing that the environment is not a priority. In fact, it's not even something they're focusing on. The Conservatives are bold enough to believe that Cabinet has the expertise necessary to make decisions in place of experts. Now, let's not forget that it's this same government that was mistaken. It seemed to have lost some $10 billion when it came to the cost of the F-35s. Oops. What would happen if there were an oil spill resulting from the Northern Greatway? It would pollute waters, it would pollute our communities, it would have an impact on the beautiful forests, the Kitimat all along the coast, and what would they say? Oops, once again? This is an affront to democracy. Canadians deserve better. They deserve responsible principles for the environment. Thank you.
It being 5:15 p.m., it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forthwith every question necessary to dispose of the business of supply. The question is as follows. Madame Leslie, appuyez.
Ms. Leslie, seconded by Mr. Donnelly, moves that, in the opinion of the House, the budget legislation guts the environmental assessment and fisheries laws, leaving Canada's lakes, rivers, oceans, ecosystems, and fisheries at risk, while unfairly downloading federal environmental responsibilities and their associated costs to the provinces, territories, and future generations. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those who in favor of the motion will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. Call in the members.
Order, please. The question is the following one. Ms. Leslie, seconded by Mr. Donnelly, move that in the opinion of the House, the budget legislation guts the environmental assessment and fisheries laws, leaving Canada's lakes, rivers, oceans, ecosystems, and fisheries at risk, while unfairly downloading federal environmental responsibilities and their associated costs to the provinces, territories, and future generations.
In favor, veuillez bien se lever.
Please rise.
Mr. Alan Welland.
Mr. Alan Welland.
Mr. Martin.
Mr. Martin.
Madame Boivin.
Madame Boivin.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Harrison Johns East.
Mr. Harrison Johns East.
Ms. Leslie.
Ms. Leslie.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Ms. Davies Vancouver East.
Ms. Davies Vancouver East.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Ms. Nash.
Ms. Nash.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Crowder.
Mr. Davies Vancouver Kingsway.
Davies Vancouver Kingsway.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Madame Perrault.
Madame Perrault.
Madame Day.
Madame Day.
Madame Ayala.
Madame Ayala.
Mr. Bevington.
Mr. Bevington.
Madame Mora Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
More Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Ms. Sims Newton North Delta.
Sims Newton North Delta.
Madame Leblanc La Salle-Mar.
Madame Leblanc La Salle-Mar.
Mr. Kelway.
Mr. Kelway.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Ms. Charlton.
Ms. Charlton.
Madame Turmel.
Madame Turmel.
Madame Grogouet.
Madame Grogouet.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Madame Morin Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
Madame Morin Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Scott.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Papillon.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Monsieur Ravignan.
Monsieur Ravignan.
Madame Blanchette-Lamotte.
Madame Blanchette-Lamotte.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Madame Piclet.
Madame Piclet.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Gravel.
Mr. Rafferty.
Mr. Rafferty.
Monsieur Maille.
Monsieur Maille.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Monsieur Larose.
Monsieur Larose.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Madame Doré-Lefebvre.
Madame Doré-Lefebvre.
Madame Lou.
Madame Lou.
Mr. Sandhu.
Mr. Sandhu.
Madame Sela.
Madame Sela.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Tsabaïsen.
Monsieur Tsabaïsen.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Mr. Benskin.
Benskin.
Mr. Sullivan.
Monsieur Sullivan.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Monsieur Adamanenko.
Monsieur Jacob.
Monsieur Jacob.
Monsieur Nunez-Melo.
Monsieur Nunez-Melo.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Mr. Stauffer.
Mr. Stauffer.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Monsieur Diane Labelle.
Monsieur Diane Labelle.
Mr. Cleary.
Mr. Cleary.
Monsieur Morin-Chicoutimi-Lefiard.
Monsieur Morin-Chicoutimi-Lefiard.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Borg.
Madame Borg.
Madame Morin-Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-la-Chine.
Madame Morin-Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-la-Chine.
Monsieur Morin-Laurentier-de-Labelle.
Monsieur Morin-Laurentier-de-Labelle.
Monsieur Patry.
Monsieur Patry.
Madame Reynaud.
Madame Reynaud.
Monsieur Genet.
Monsieur Genet.
Madame Hassegna.
Madame Hassegna.
Mr. Ray.
Mr. Ray.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Macaulay.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Pachetti.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur Dion.
Monsieur Dion.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Karagianis.
Mr. Karagianis.
Mr. Kotler.
Mr. Kotler.
Mr. McKay Scarborough-Gilwood.
Mr. McKay Scarborough-Gilwood.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Monsieur Leblanc Beauséjour.
Mr. Leblanc Beauséjour.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Scarpalagia.
Mr. Sims Bonavista Gana Grand Falls Windsor.
Mr. Sims Bonavista Gana Grand Falls Windsor.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Andrews.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Mr. Trudeau.
Mr. Trudeau.
Mr. Valeriot.
Mr. Valeriot.
Mr. Chou.
Mr. Chou.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Mr. Plamondon.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Mr. Bellavance.
Madame Mourani.
Madame Mourani.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Mr. Heyer.
Mr. Heyer.
Those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Harper. Mr. Fletcher. Mr. Panashway. Mr. Ashfield. Mr. Lebel. Mr. Taves. Mr. Nicholson. Mr. McKay Central Nova. Mr. Van Loan. Mr. Paradis. Mr. Clement. Mr. Baird. Mr. Ritz. Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast. Mr. Moore Port Moody Westwood Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Moore Port Moody Westwood Port Coquitlam.
Ms. Oda.
Ms. Oda.
Mrs. Aglukat. Mr. Duncan Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Duncan Vancouver Island North.
Mrs. Shea.
Mrs. Shea.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Blaney.
Mr. Blaney.
Mr. Richardson.
Mr. Richardson.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Breitkreitz. Mr. Harris Scarborough Prince George.
Mr. Harris Scarborough Prince George.
Mr. Moore Fundy Royal.
Mr. Moore Fundy Royal.
Mr. Campit Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Campit Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. O'Brien. Mr. Gosal. Mr. Goodyear. Mr. O'Connor. Mrs. Yelich. Mrs. Wong. Mr. Menzies. Mr. Upal. Mr. Valcourt. Mr. Dykstra. Mr. Calandra. Mr. Anderson. Mr. Gould. Mr. Carey. Mr. Anders. Mr. Reid. Mr. Velicott. Mrs. Gallant. Mr. Rajat. Mr. Sorensen. Mr. Schellenberger. Mr. Bazan. Mr. Hahn. Mr. Alexander. Ms. Rempel. Mr. Rickford. Mr. Gauguin. Ms. Finley Delta Richmond East. Mr. Del Mastro. Mr. Lukiski. Mrs. Troupe. Monsieur Lemieux. Ms. Hepner. Ms. Adams. Mrs. Glover. Mr. Leung. Mr. Saxton. Mrs. McLeod. Mr. Chong. Mr. Hebert. Mr. Jean. Mr. Kamarnicki. Mr. Cramp Prince Edward Hastings. Mr. Lauzon. Mr. McKenzie. Mr. Miller. Mr. Preston. Mrs. Smith. Mr. Tilson. Mr. Trost. Mr. Tweed. Mr. Watson. Mr. Allen Tibic Mactaquac. Mr. Brown Berry. Mr. Albrecht. Mr. Calkins. Mr. Cannon. Mrs. Davidson. Mr. Galipo. Mr. Mays. Mr. Norlock. Mr. Shipley. Mr. Storseth. Mr. Sweet. Mr. Wallace. Mr. Workington. Mr. Clark. Mrs. Block. Mr. Bowen. Mr. Braid. Mr. Dreeshen. Mr. Hoback. Mr. Holder. Mr. Kerr. Mr. Lobb. Mr. McColman. Mrs. O'Neill-Gordon. Mr. Payne. Mr. Rathgaber. Mr. Richards. Mr. Shorey. Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country. Mr. Weston, St. John. Mr. Woodworth. Mr. Young, Oakville. Mr. Armstrong. Mr. Sopak. Mr. Adler. Mrs. Ambler. Madame Bateman. Mr. Carmichael. Mr. Daniel. Mr. Hayes. Ms. James. Mr. Leeson. Mr. Opitz. Mr. Strahl. Mr. Trottier. Mr. Williamson. Ms. Young, Vancouver South. Mr. Zimmer. Mr. Albus. Mr. Aspen. Mr. Butt. Mr. Chisu. Mr. Gill. Mr. Hillier. Mr. DeVolin. Mr. Menegakis. Mr. Leaf. Mr. Stanton. Mr. Wilkes. Mr. Goldring.
Yeas pour 126, 126. Nays contre 141, 141.
I declare the motion defeated.
Order. The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at report stage of Bill C-316 under private members' business. The question is on motion number 1, and a vote on this motion also applies to motions number 2 to 5.
Ms. May, seconded by Mr. Fortin, moves that Bill C-316 be amended by deleting Clause 1.
All those on my...
All those in favor of the motion on my left will please rise.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Adamanenko.
Mr. Jacob. Mr. Nunez-Melo. Mr. Tremblay. Mr. Stauffer. Mr. Chicoine. Mr. Diane Labelle. Mr. Cleary. Mr. Morin-Chicoutimi-Lefiard. Madame Freeman. Madame Borg. Madame Morin, Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Lachine. Monsieur Morin, Laurentides-Labelle. Monsieur Patry. Madame Reynaud. Monsieur Genet. Madame Hassegna. Mr. Casey. Madame Saint-Denis. Monsieur Plamondon. Monsieur Bellavance. Madame Mourani. Monsieur Fortin. Mr. Heyer.
Row on my left.
Monsieur Giguère. Monsieur Côté. Monsieur Genet-Jourdain. Monsieur Lapointe. Madame Doré-Lefebvre. Madame Lou. Mr. Sandhu. Madame Sela. Madame Quash. Monsieur Nichols. Monsieur Tibaïsen. Monsieur Nantel. Monsieur Rousseau. Mr. Benskin. Mr. Sullivan. Monsieur Blanchette. Madame Michaud. Mr. Scarpalagia. Mr. Sims, Bonavista, Gana, Grand Falls, Windsor. Ms. Murray. Mr. Andrews. Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North. Monsieur Trudeau. Mr. Valerius. Mr. Chou.
Troisième rangée à ma gauche.
Madame Papillon. Monsieur Bramy. Monsieur Dussault. Mr. Cash. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Garrison. Monsieur Ravigna. Madame Blanchette-Lamotte. Monsieur Aubin. Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest. Ms. Ashton. Monsieur Saganash. Monsieur Caron. Madame Piclet. Monsieur Gravel. Mr. Rafferty. Monsieur Mai. Madame Boutin-Sweet. Monsieur Larose. Mr. Karagianis. Mr. Kotler. Mr. McKay Scarborough Gilwood. Mr. Cuzner. Mr. Eiking. Mr. Leblanc Beauséjour. Mr. McCallum. Mr. McGuinty.
Row on my left.
Madame Ayala. Mr. Bevington. Madame Mora Bitsibiti-Miskamang. Mr. Massey. Mr. Donnelly. Ms. Sims Newton North Delta. Madame Leblanc La Salle-Mar. Mr. Kelway. Madame Brosseau. Ms. Charlton. Madame Turmel. Madame Grogouet. Monsieur Bulleris. Mr. Angus. Mr. Marston. Madame Morin Saint-Hyacinthe Bagot. Madame Hughes. Monsieur Dubé. Madame Laverdière. Mr. Scott. Mr. Burns. Mr. Pachetti. Ms. Foote. Mr. Lamoureux. Monsieur Dion. Ms. Bennett. Mr. Bryson.
First row on my left.
Mr. Alan Welland. Mr. Martin. Madame Boivin. Monsieur Godin. Mr. Dewar. Mr. Harrison Johns East. Miss Leslie. Mr. Cullen. Mr. Mulcair. Ms. Davies Vancouver East. Mr. Christopherson. Ms. Nash. Mr. Julian. Ms. Crowder. Mr. Davies Vancouver Kingsway. Ms. Matheson. Madame Perrault. Madame Day. Mr. McCauley. Mr. Ray. Mr. Garneau. Mr. Easter. Mr. Regan.
All those on my right who support this motion, please rise. Fifth row on my right. Quatrième rangée à ma droite.
Fourth row on my right.
Troisième rangée.
Third row on my right.
Deuxième rangée.
Second row on my right.
First row on my right. All those on my left who are opposed to this motion, please rise.
Mr. Stanton. Mr. Wilkes. Mr. Goldring. Mr. DeVolen. Mr. Menegakis. Mr. Leaf.
Rangée à ma gauche.
Chisu. Mr. Gill. Mr. Hillier.
Première rangée à ma gauche.
Mr.
First row on my left.
Mr. Aspen. Mr. Butt.
All those on my right opposed to the motion, please rise. Fifth row on my right.
Mr. Holder. Mr. Kerr. Mr. Lobb. Mr. McColman. Mrs. O'Neill-Gordon. Mr. Payne. Mr. Rathgaber. Mr. Richards. Mr. Shorey. Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, to Sky Country. Mr. Weston, St. John. Mr. Woodworth. Mr. Young, Oakville. Mr. Armstrong. Mr. Sopak. Mr. Adler. Mrs. Ambler. Madame Bateman. Mr. Carmichael. Mr. Daniel. Mr. Hayes. Miss James. Mr. Leeson. Mr. Opitz. Mr. Strahl. Mr. Trottier. Mr. Williamson. Ms. Young, Vancouver South. Mr. Zimmer.
Quatrième rangée à ma droite.
Fourth row at my right.
Mr. Miller. Mr. Preston. Mrs. Smith. Mr. Tilson. Mr. Trost. Mr. Tweed. Mr. Watson. Mr. Allen to Mactaquac. Mr. Brown-Berry. Mr. Albrecht. Mr. Calkins. Mr. Cannon. Mrs. Davidson. Mr. Galipo. Mr. Mays. Mr. Norlock. Mr. Shipley. Mr. Storseth. Mr. Sweet. Mr. Wallace. Mr. Workington. Mr. Clark. Mrs. Block. Mr. Bowen. Mr. Braid. Mr. Dreeshen. Mr. Hoback.
Third row on my right.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Alexander.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Gauguin.
Ms. Finley Delta Richmond East.
Ms. Finley Delta Richmond East.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Lemieux.
Ms. Hepner.
Ms. Hepner.
Ms. Adams.
Ms. Adams.
Mrs. Glover.
Mrs. Glover.
Mr. Leong.
Mr. Leong.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Saxton.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Kamarnicki.
Mr. Kamarnicki.
Mr. Cramp Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Cramp Prince Edward Hastings.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Deuxième rangée à ma droite.
Second row on my right.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Breitkreitz.
Mr. Breitkreitz.
Mr. Harris Caribou Prince George.
Harris Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Moore Fundy Royal.
Mr. Moore Fundy Royal.
Mr. Campbell Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Campbell Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Gasol.
Mr. Gasol.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Valcourt.
Mr. Valcourt.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Velicott.
Mr. Velicott.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
And first row on my right.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Panashwe.
Mr. Panashwe.
Mr. Ashfield.
Mr. Ashfield.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Lebel.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Mr. Taves.
Mr. Taves.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Paradzi.
Mr. Paradzi.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Kenny Calgary
Mr.
Southeast.
Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Moore Port Moody Western Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Moore Port Moody Westwood Port Coquitlam.
Mrs. Aglukak.
Mrs. Aglukak.
Mr. Duncan Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Duncan Vancouver Island North.
Mrs. Shea.
Mrs. Shea.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Blaney.
Mr. Blaney.
Mr. Richardson.
Mr. Richardson.
Yeas pour 126, 126. Nays contre 142, 142.
Je déclare la motion
I declare motion number 1 defeated. I therefore declare motions number 2 to 5 defeated.
Mr. Harris, Caribou Prince George, seconded by Mr. Zimmer, moves that Bill C-316, an act to amend the Employment Insurance Act, incarceration, as amended, be concurred in at report stage without amendment.
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yay.
All those opposed to this motion, please say nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. All those on my right in favor of the motion, please rise.
Mr. Harris Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Harris Caribou Prince George.
On my right.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr.
Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. McColeman. Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mr. Payne. Mr. Rathgaber. Mr. Richards. Mr. Shorey. Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, City Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, City Sky Country.
Mr. Weston St. John.
Mr. Weston St. John.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr.
Sopak. Mr. Adler.
Mr. Adler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Madame Bateman.
Madame Bateman.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hayes.
Ms. James.
Ms. James.
Mr. Leeson.
Mr. Leeson.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Ms. Young Vancouver South.
Ms. Young Vancouver South.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Quatrième rangée à ma droite.
Fourth row at my
Mr.
right.
McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Watson.
Mr.
Mr.
Watson.
Allen Tibic Mactaquack.
Mr. Allen Tibic Mactaquack.
Mr. Brown Berry.
Mr. Brown Berry.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Cannon.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Shipley.
Shipley.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Third row on my right.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Schellenberger.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Alexander.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Gauguin.
Ms. Finley, Delta Richmond East.
Ms. Finley, Delta Richmond East.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Mr. Del
Mr.
Mastro.
Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Lemieux.
Ms. Hepner.
Ms. Hepner.
Ms. Adams.
Ms. Adams.
Mrs. Glover.
Mrs. Glover.
Mr. Leung.
Mr. Leung.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Saxton.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Kamarnicki.
Mr. Kamarnicki.
Mr. Cram Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Cram Prince Edward Hastings.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Deuxième rangée à ma droite.
Second row
Mr.
on my
Benoit.
right.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Breitkreitz.
Mr. Breitkreitz.
Mr. Moore Fundy Royal.
Mr. Moore Fundy Royal.
Mr. Camp at Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Camp at Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. O'Bry.
Mr. O'Bry.
Mr. Gosal.
Mr. Gosal.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Valcourt.
Mr. Valcourt.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Calandra.
Calandra.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Bellicott.
Mr. Bellicott.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
And first row on my right.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Panashwe.
Mr. Panashwe.
Mr. Ashfield.
Mr. Ashfield.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Lebel.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Mr. Taves.
Mr. Taves.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
McKay Central Nova.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Paradzi.
Mr. Paradzi.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Moore Port Moody Westwood Port Coquitlam.
Moorport Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
Mrs. Aglukak.
Mrs. Aglukak.
Mr. Duncan Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Mrs. Shea.
Mrs. Shea.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Blaney.
Mr. Blaney.
Mr. Richardson.
Mr. Richardson.
All those on my left in favor of this motion, please rise. Fifth row on my left.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Goldring.
Fourth row on my left.
Mr. DeVolin.
Mr. DeVolin.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Leaf.
Troisième rangée à ma gauche.
Mr. Chisu.
Mr. Chisu.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Hillier.
Et première rangée à ma gauche.
First row on my left.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Butt.
All those on my right opposed to this motion, please rise. Fifth row on my right. Quatrième rangée.
Fourth row on my right.
Troisième rangée.
Third row on my right.
Second row on my right. First row on my right. And all those on my left opposed to this motion, please rise. Fifth row on my left.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Mr. Jacob.
Mr. Jacob.
Mr. Nunez Melo.
Mr. Nunez Melo.
Mr. Tremblay.
Mr. Tremblay.
Mr. Stauffer.
Mr. Stauffer.
Mr. Chiquan.
Mr. Chiquan.
Mr. Diane Labelle.
Mr. Diane Labelle.
Mr. Cleary.
Mr. Cleary.
Mr. Morin Chicoutimi Lefiard.
Mr. Morin Chicoutimi Lefiard.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Borg.
Madame Borg.
Madame Morin Notre-Dame de Grâce La Chine.
Madame Morin Notre-Dame de Grâce La Chine.
Monsieur Morin Laurenti de Labelle.
Monsieur Morin Laurenti de Labelle.
Monsieur Patry.
Monsieur Patry.
Madame Reynaud.
Madame Reynaud.
Monsieur Genet.
Monsieur Genet.
Madame Hassegna.
Madame Hassegna.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Madame Mourani.
Madame Mourani.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Mr. Heyer.
Mr. Heyer.
Quatrième rangée à ma gauche.
Fourth row on my left.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Genet Jourdain.
Monsieur Genet Jourdain.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Madame Doré Lefebvre.
Madame Doré Lefebvre.
Madame Lou.
Madame Lou.
Mr. Sandu.
Mr. Sandu.
Madame Sela.
Madame Sela.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Nichols.
Mr. Tibaïsen.
Monsieur Tibaïsen.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Sullivan.
Mr. Sullivan.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Sims Bonavista Gana Grand Falls Windsor.
Mr. Sims Bonavista Gana Grand Falls Windsor.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Andrews.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Valerius.
Mr. Valerius.
Mr. Chou.
Mr. Chou.
Troisième rangée à ma gauche.
Third row on my left.
Papillon.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Cash.
Cash.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Monsieur Ravignan.
Monsieur Ravignan.
Madame Blanchette Lamotte.
Madame Blanchette Lamotte.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Monsieur Saganesh.
Monsieur Saganesh.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Madame Piclet.
Madame Piclet.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Gravel.
Mr. Rafferty.
Mr. Rafferty.
Monsieur Mai.
Monsieur Mai.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Monsieur Larose.
Monsieur Larose.
Mr. Karagianis.
Mr. Karagianis.
Mr. Kotler.
Mr. Kotler.
Mr. McKay Scarborough Gilwood.
Mr. McKay Scarborough Gilwood.
Mr. Kuzner. Mr. Eiking. Mr. Leblanc-Beauséjour. Mr. McCallum. Mr. McGuinty.
Deuxième rangée à ma
second row on my left.
Mr. Bevington. Madame Moore, Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Mr. Massey. Mr. Donnelly. Ms. Sims, Newton North Delta. Madame Leblanc-Lassalle-Mar. Mr. Kelway. Madame Brosseau. Ms. Charlton. Madame Turmel. Madame Grogouet. Monsieur Bouleris. Mr. Angus. Mr. Marston. Madame Morin-Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot. Madame Hughes. Monsieur Dubé. Madame Laverdière. Mr. Scott. Mr. Byrne. Mr. Pachetti. Ms. Foote. Mr. Lamoureux. Monsieur Dion. Ms. Bennett. Mr. Bryson.
first row on my left.
Mr. Alan Welland. Mr. Martin. Madame Boivin. Monsieur Godin. Mr. Dewar. Mr. Harrison Johns East. Ms. Leslie. Mr. Cullen. Mr. Mulcair. Ms. Davies Vancouver East. Mr. Christopherson. Ms. Nash. Mr. Julian. Ms. Crowder. Mr. Davies Vancouver Kingsway. Ms. Matheson. Madame Perrault. Madame Day. Mr. McCauley. Mr. Ray. Mr. Garneau. Mr. Easter. Mr. Regan.
Yeas pour 141, 141. Nays contre 126, 126.
I declare the motion carried. When shall the bill be read a third time? Now? Now. Mr. Harris, Caribou, Prince George, seconded by Mr. Zimmer, moves that Bill C-316, an act to amend the Employment Insurance Act, incarceration, be now read a third time and do pass. Plaît-il à la...
Is it the...
On the point of order, the Honourable Chief Government Whip.
Madam Speaker, if you seek it, I believe you will find agreement to apply the vote from the previous motion to the current motion with the Conservatives voting yes.
Hear, hear.
We agree, and the NDP will be voting no.
L'Honourable Whip.
The Honourable Whip for the Liberal Party.
The Liberals will be voting no. Liberal Whip. Et Monsieur Bellavance.
Mr. Bellavance. The Bloc will be voting no.
Le Québécois vote contre.
I will be voting no.
I will be voting yes.
Et Mr. Goldring.
Yeas pour 141, 141. Nays contre 126, 126.
Will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on motion 307 under private members' business in the name of Mr. Casey.
The question is as follows.
Order, please. Order. Mr. Casey, seconded by Mr. Scarpellegia, move that in the opinion of the House, the government should A, recognize the contributions that the baby boom generation has made in building Canada. May I dispense? No? No? Okay. Affirm its support for the Old Age Security Program. C, commit to maintaining the 65-year qualifying age contained in Section 3 of the Old Age Security Act. And D, recognize that old age security and the Guaranteed Income Supplement, a program designed to help low-income seniors, are inextricably linked and ensure that they continue to have identical ages of eligibility. All those on my left in favor of the motion, please rise.
Mr. Casey.
Fifth row on my left.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Mr. Jacob.
Mr. Jacob.
Mr. Nunez-Melo.
Mr. Nunez-Melo.
Mr. Tremblay.
Mr. Tremblay.
Mr. Stauffer.
Mr. Stauffer.
Mr. Chicoine.
Mr. Chicoine.
Mr. Diane Labelle.
Mr. Diane Labelle.
Mr. Cleary.
Mr. Cleary.
Mr. Morin-Chicoutimi-Lefiard.
Mr. Morin-Chicoutimi-Lefiard.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Borg.
Madame Borg.
Madame Morin-Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Lachine.
Madame Morin Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Lachine.
Monsieur Morin-Laurentier-de-Labelle.
Monsieur Morin-Laurentier-de-Labelle.
Monsieur Patry.
Monsieur Patry.
Madame Reynaud.
Madame Reynaud.
Monsieur Genet.
Monsieur Genet.
Madame Hassegna.
Madame Hassegna.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Madame Mourani.
Madame Mourani.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Mr. Heyer.
Mr. Heyer.
Quatrième rangée à ma gauche.
Fourth row.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Madame Doré-Lefebvre.
Madame Doré-Lefebvre.
Madame Lou.
Madame Lou.
Mr. Sandhu.
Mr. Sandhu.
Madame Sela.
Madame Sela.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Tibaïsen.
Monsieur Tibaïsen.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Sullivan.
Mr. Sullivan.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Sims, Bonavista, Gana, Grand Falls,
Mr.
Windsor.
Sims, Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Andrews.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Duncan and Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Valerius.
Mr. Valerius.
Mr. Chou.
Mr. Chou.
Third row on my left.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Papillon.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Monsieur Ravignac.
Mr. Ravignac.
Madame Blanchette-Lamotte.
Madame Blanchette-Lamotte.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Mr. Harris, Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Madame Piclet.
Madame Piclet.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Gravel.
Mr. Rafferty.
Mr. Rafferty.
Monsieur Maille.
Monsieur Maille.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Monsieur Larose.
Monsieur Larose.
Mr. Karagianis.
Mr. Karagianis.
Mr. Kotler.
Mr. Kotler.
Mr. McKay Scarborough-Gilwood.
Mr. McKay Scarborough-Gilwood.
Mr. Cuzner.
Cuzner.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Leblanc Beauséjour.
Mr. Leblanc Beauséjour.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Deuxième rangée.
Second row on my left.
Madame Ayala.
Madame Ayala.
Mr. Bevington.
Mr. Bevington.
Madame Moore Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Madame Moore Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Ms. Sims Newton North Delta.
Mr. Sims. Ms. Sims Newton North Delta.
Madame Leblanc-Lassalle-Mar.
Madame Leblanc-Lassalle-Mar.
Mr. Kelway.
Mr. Kelway.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Ms. Charlton.
Ms. Charlton.
Madame Turmel.
Madame Turmel.
Madame Grogouet.
Madame Grogouet.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Marston.
Marston.
Madame Morin Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
Madame Morin Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Pachetti.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur Dion.
Monsieur Dion.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
First row on my left.
Mr. Alan Welland.
Mr. Alan Welland.
Mr. Martin.
Mr. Martin.
Madame Boivin.
Madame Boivin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Harrison Johns East.
Mr. Harrison Johns East.
Ms. Leslie.
Ms. Leslie.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Mulcair.
Mr. Mulcair.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver East.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver East.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Ms. Nash.
Ms. Nash.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Crowder.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Madame Perrault.
Madame Perrault.
Madame Day.
Madame Day.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Ray.
Mr. Ray.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
All those on my right in favor of the motion, please rise. Fifth row on my right. Quatrième rangée à ma droite.
Fourth row on my right.
Third row on my right. Deuxième rangée à
Second row on my right.
First row on my right. All those at my left opposed to this motion, please rise. Fifth row on my left.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Goldring.
Quatrième rangée.
Fourth row on my left.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Leaf.
Third row on my left.
Mr. Chisu.
Mr. Chisu.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Hillier.
First row on my left.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Butt.
All those on my right opposed to this motion, please rise. Fifth row on my right.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, St. John.
Mr. Weston, St. John.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Adler.
Mr. Adler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Madame Bateman.
Madame Bateman.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hayes.
Ms. James.
Ms. James.
Mr. Leeson.
Mr. Leeson.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Mr. Williamson.
Williamson.
Ms. Young, Vancouver South.
Ms. Young, Vancouver South.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Fourth row on my right.
Mr. McKenzie. Mr. Miller. Mr. Preston. Mrs. Smith. Mr. Tilson. Mr. Trost. Mr. Tweed. Mr. Watson. Mr. Allen to Bick-Mactaquac. Mr. Brown-Barry. Mr. Albrecht. Mr. Calkins. Mr. Cannon. Mrs. Davidson. Mr. Galipo. Mr. Mays. Mr. Norlock. Mr. Shipley. Mr. Storseth. Mr. Sweet. Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Warkington. Mr. Clark. Mrs. Block. Mr. Bowen. Mr. Braid. Mr. Dreeshen. Mr. Hoback.
Third row on my right.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr.
Bazan. Mr. Hahn. Mr. Alexander. Ms. Rempel. Mr. Rickford. Mr. Gauguin. Ms. Finley Delta Richmond East. Mr. Del Mastro. Mr. Lukiski. Mrs. Troupe. Mr. Lemieux. Ms. Hepner. Ms. Adams. Mrs. Glover. Mr. Leong. Mr. Saxton. Mrs. McLeod. Mr. Chong. Mr. Hebert. Mr. Jean. Mr. Kamarnicki. Mr. Crampers Edward Hastings. Mr. Lauzon. Mr. Benoit. Mr. Breitkreitz. Mr. Harris Caribou Prince George. Mr. Moore Fundy Royal. Mr. Campbell Meadows Maple Ridge Mission. Mr. Poiliev. Mr. O'Bry. Mr. Gosal. Mr. Goodyear. Mr. O'Connor. Mrs. Yelich. Mrs. Wong. Mrs. Oblonsky. Mr. Menzies. Mr. Upal. Mr. Valcourt. Mr. Dykstra. Mr. Calandra. Mr. Anderson. Mr. Gould. Mr. Carey. Mr. Anders. Mr. Reid. Mr. Velikot. Mrs. Gallant. Mr. Rajat.
First row on my right.
Mr. Fletcher. Mr. Panashwe. Mr. Ashfield. Mr. Lebel. Ms. Ambrose. Mr. Taves. Mr. Nicholson. Mr. McKay Central Nova. Mr. Van Loan. Mr. Harper. Mr. Paradzi. Mr. Clement. Mr. Baird. Mr. Ritz. Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast. Mr. Moore Port Moody West Port Coquitlam. Mrs. Aglukat. Mr. Duncan Vancouver Island North. Mrs. Shea. Mr. Fast. Mr. Blaney. Mr. Richardson.
Yeas pour 126, 126. Nays contre 142, 142.
I declare the motion defeated.
627, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business, resuming debate and second reading of Bill S-201, the National Philanthropy Day Act.
Order, please. Order, please. I would ask honourable members to take their conversations to their respective lobbies so that private members' business can continue. Order. Order, please. The honourable member for Peace River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's my privilege to stand in this House this evening and speak in favor of Bill S-201. Madam Speaker, this is an act respecting the National Philanthropy Day. It's my privilege to speak on it in this Parliament, Madam Speaker, and this bill has come before this Parliament several times over the last number of parliaments. As a matter of fact, in the last Parliament, I had the privilege of having carriage of this bill in this House during last Parliament. Unfortunately, as a result of the election, we weren't able to see that passed, but today we have an opportunity to try yet again to see this bill finally passed. Now, National Philanthropy Day has been around for some time, Madam Speaker. As a matter of fact, it was first declared in 1986. And since this first declaration of National Philanthropy Day, organizations across this country and across North America have really adopted National Philanthropy Day. As a matter of fact, many organizations do respect National Philanthropy Day, as well as provinces and organizations not only here in Canada, but also in the United States as well. In 2009, this government, under the leadership of our Prime Minister, undertook to formalize National Philanthropy Day by declaring that November the 15th would be National Philanthropy Day here in Canada. Now, like I say, until now it hasn't been formalized in legislation, and that is in fact what we are trying to do today. Now, philanthropy is not an empty concept to Canadians. Canadians from coast to coast recognize the necessity of those who give of their time, their money, their resources, their expertise to assist other Canadians. And really, that is something that distinguishes Canadians. We as Canadians believe very much in the responsibility to care for our neighbor. And so when we talk about philanthropy, we're not talking about just those people that have their faces etched in some kind of local statue in bronze or in granite. We're talking about those people that give of their time each and every day. We're talking about those 84% of Canadians that give some kind of donation to their local charities and organizations. We're talking about those people who give significant amounts of their time to local organizations, be it the person who volunteers at a local homeless shelter, or those senior citizens that give of their time at the local Salvation Army, those people that coach local soccer or football, or those people that are teachers that give a little bit extra time at the end of the school day to make sure that children have access to a literacy program or something of that nature. Those people that really make our communities better are really who we're speaking about today. Those people who give a little to make sure that our communities are better off. As a matter of fact, I can tell you that, like I said, 84% of Canadians give monetarily some of their finances to local organizations, and that translates into 23 million Canadians who give money to charitable organizations. And when we talk about charitable organizations, I think, Madam Speaker, it's interesting to note that there's over 88,000 organizations across this country that do charitable work. And if we consider the contributions made to those organizations, that's some $10 billion is given on an annual basis, a remarkable amount. If you divide that by every Canadian, that's over $400 for every man, woman, and child that's given to these organizations. When we think of the time that's given, as I talked about the different organizations that we all benefit from having these in our communities, there is estimated in 2010 that more than 13.3 million Canadians, that's 47% of the population, volunteered their time in a local group or organization that made our country a better place. As a matter of fact, Madam Speaker, that translates into 2.1 billion hours. That is volunteer time that Canadians give. That's some 1.1 million full-time jobs. It's a remarkable feat, Madam Speaker, and we as Canadians know that we could never repay the efforts. We can never come up with the amount of cash that would be necessary to replace those contributions that Canadians make through their volunteers' hours. And really, today we're talking about declaring a day to celebrate those folks And really that is in no way, shape or form going to make up for the contributions that these people give back to Canada on an annual basis. But that's not what we're seeking to do, because we know that people that give their time and their money have no expectation of repayment. They do it because they want to build a better community, better and stronger provinces that they live in, and a better and stronger country. And for that, we as Canadians and parliamentarians can be proud. In 2011, our Prime Minister tried to do an additional recognition of volunteerism here in the country of Canada, and that was with the creation of the Prime Minister's Volunteer Awards. And these are awards that I think are some of the most important awards that are given at the national level, because they recognize those people who volunteer their time, that are nominated by people that live in their communities, and that truly recognize those people that build our communities into better places. But this year is also a special year, not only because we have the celebration of the second year that the Prime Minister's awards will be delivered to Canadians, but we're also celebrating a unique year in that we are having the celebration of our Queen Elizabeth, her Diamond Jubilee celebration. And this year we will recognize our monarch's 60 years of service by seeing the creation of the Diamond Jubilee Award. And this Diamond Jubilee Award will be given to Canadians across this country who have contributed back to their respective communities. And I would just say, Madam Speaker, for those members of Parliament that are still seeking nominations, I know in my office we're still seeking nominations. I think they would all appreciate me letting Canadians know that might be watching this, that we as parliamentarians are seeking nominations for the Queen's Diamond Jubilee Award. We think it's important, I think, across party lines that we recognize those people in our communities who have built stronger and more vibrant communities. And through this award, we'll see the celebration of those people who have contributed so much. And so this year, we'll, as Canadians from coast to coast, celebrate another way that we can recognize volunteers and those who contribute to our communities. This year is also a special year, Madam Speaker, because we are celebrating the War of 1812. And you might ask the question as to what that has to do with National Philanthropy Day and volunteerism. But it really harkens back to the creation of this nation and the role that volunteers played in the creation of this country. And I can tell you that these folks that volunteered their service during the War of 1812 provided frontline service on a voluntary basis, Madam Speaker. These people were not paid for their volunteer militia service. They volunteered it willingly, knowing that they were putting their lives on the line, believing in what would be Canada. And I think that really, as we harken back to that first step in creating this great country, or one of the most important things in establishing this country, we recognize that volunteerism played such an integral role even at that point in time. Madam Speaker, I had the opportunity this last 2 weeks ago to actually be in Muskeg Lake, Saskatchewan, and we also were in the Whitecap Dakota First Nation. And in these communities, we heard of people that actually fought in the War of 1812, that gave willingly, First Nations people that gave willingly, laying their lives on the line so that we might have this country of Canada. And for that, we are thankful for the service that those people gave to Canada, but also for the legacy that leaves for the communities and the individuals from those communities that follows. As a matter of fact, we heard the stories of the inspiration of that of those first coming togethers of French and the English and First Nations to fight a common battle to see Canada created and protected, and how that legacy has continued even to this day to see people continue to volunteer in respective services. And for that, I think it's good for us to harken back as we consider philanthropy and some of the origins here in Canada. Now, communities across this country do recognize the importance of philanthropy. And I can tell you, Madam Speaker, that in my own community of the Peace Country, in the city of Grand Prairie and throughout the northern portions of my riding, we wouldn't be as strong of a community as we are today if it hadn't been for those people that give back. We know that there's people that are business leaders within our community who have contributed significantly over the years to build a stronger community through their financial contributions to local and national charities. I can think of a number of different families. There's the Ivaskovich family, the Henry Ham family, the Abe Neufeld family. I think of Peter Tykrove and the Bose family. And I think of the Longmeat family and the Dietrich family, who have contributed so significantly through their financial contributions to our communities. I also think of those people who have given their time. And I can speak of Arda Juno and a whole host of others that have given so significantly. Madam Speaker, I know I'm running out of time. I could continue for some time talking about the volunteer contributions of those who are in my community, but I should leave it there. But we should all remember that in each one of our community, there are those people who give of their time and money who truly are the philanthropists that we're still.
Resuming the debate, the
honourable member for Repentigny. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The question of philanthropy is an important one. In the next 10 minutes, I'll have an opportunity to talk about that and the past, the present, and especially the future of philanthropy. This is a question that's dear to my heart because I was brought up by a grandmother who was very dedicated to her community, who sacrificed her time, her money, her knowledge, and today it's a great pleasure for me to be among my colleagues to discuss philanthropy. I hope that everyone will agree to share my philosophy, that is to put community and humanity at the forefront of one's priorities. We should all try to improve the lot of our peers in a disinterested way. The philanthropic spirit should be a lifestyle and should be based on direct participation. Philanthropy comes from the act of donation, but also from the love of humanity. So it's the giving of oneself financially, but also in terms of volunteering. Today, given the future, we look at philanthropy in a way where cultural talent, expertise will become more and more crucial. Philanthropy has been evolving faster than ever. More and more people are interested in it, and they use new media, new technology to solve old problems with new strategies. New opportunities are offered to them. We have to rethink approaches of funding and social investment. Our actions, our practices, our programs, and our viewpoints have to be called into question on an ongoing basis. The philanthropy of the future has to present new horizons and a new way of doing things. If we look at just Canada and the statistics about Canada, about the significance of philanthropy for people who give their knowledge, themselves, the nonprofit sector is the second largest in the world. That of the Netherlands is the biggest, and that of the U.S. fifth. Canada has 160,000 nonprofit organizations and charities, according to most estimates. Half of them, 54%, are totally managed by volunteers. These organizations employ 2 million people, 11.1% of the active population. The sector represents $79.1 billion, or 7.8% of our GDP, which is more than the auto industry or the manufacturing industry. The number of organizations is larger per capita in the smallest provinces. 1% of them have all the income for the sector. If we look at the significance of these organizations, in Quebec, for instance, in January 1998, the freezing rain crisis, we had no electricity for over a month in some places. Many people were isolated because of this. The economy, the environment, suffered because of the ice storm crisis, and the inhabitants of the regions that were hardest hit still have very bad memories of that time. 11 million donations were accumulated during the ice storm. That's significant. Where was the government? That's the question. It's always present, but it's always after the fact, and citizens mobilize first. They have that sense of philanthropy. Organizations always act quickly in the communities. If you look at the flood in the Saguenay in 1996, the Saguenay region was hard hit. Centraide quickly helped community organizations affected by these major disasters. Thanks to the generosity of donors and other Centraide or United Way organizations in Quebec and Canada, there was an increase in the requests from the allocation committee. $27 million were accumulated. Where was the government once again? The response time was extremely long, and it was organizations and volunteers that mobilized. That sense of philanthropy, the knowledge, the expertise that was present to help the citizens. Until very recently, the flood in the Montérégie area, the flood of the upper Richelieu region and the Champlain Basin, high water marks reached in 2011. The flooding from the Richelieu to the U.S. in the Champlain area, 3,000 homes affected in the Montérégie alone. Once again, the example of philanthropy. Blue-collar union members mobilized in Montreal. 800 of them came as volunteers to help the hardest hit. These were spontaneous mobilizations. Where was the provincial government? Where was the federal government in that case? A horrible response time while citizens were suffering, but the philanthropic spirit meant that these organizations were present, were mobilized. The cultural community, once again, mobilized. From June 7 to 13, 2011, comedians mobilized to help those who were hit by the flood in the Richelieu. There was an initiative by the Junior Chamber of Commerce of the Upper Richelieu, and this was organized to collect funds as fast as possible to help those people who were affected. That's a clear demonstration of philanthropy. The purpose of my speech is very clear. It's to demonstrate what's going on now in the world of philanthropy. I'm a young MP. I've just gotten here. I see how things go on in the government right now. I see the lack of trust that citizens have in this government. Voter turnout is low. We see large demonstrations. Unfortunately, we don't see the results in the government's decisions. It's the participation of citizens, the fact that they have networks using new media to communicate and get organized and talk about different problems, especially finding tangible solutions. That relationship of trust with organizations, with volunteers, with citizens is very necessary. You have to have enough humility to know what is the future of philanthropy, where do we want to go, and ask a number of questions that deserve an answer. Because it's not normal for a government not to produce the results that we should expect, not only in listening to citizens, but connecting them. The organizations are proactive regularly without any funding in some cases, but despite that, they manage to produce palpable results. Is it normal that more and more citizens are giving money to organizations? And they resist the notion of giving money to the government. I think that's normal. Any self-respecting government should have an open mind and connect with the main players in this field. We look at the current budget. I'm extremely worried about the direction that this government is taking. There's decentralization, disorganization. They're setting by the wayside organizations that for generations provided significant information for our society in order to adjust and to be aware of the needs of citizens, having that connection, that partnership with different organizations. That's essential. Targeting them and abandoning them is not right. Maybe we need to say, well, you need to adjust because that's not the information we need, but that's a relationship of partnership, listening to one another. Can we take some measures to aid the situation? Well, no, I think the government is really afraid of philanthropy now, even though they claim to be philanthropists, because they've started to cull and sequester certain organizations by cutting off their funding. A lot of organizations who had no position before now do, and they come to see us and they say, we're giving no notice, they cut off our funds with fake, phony excuses, and yet I serve people, be it abroad or in Canada, and I produce results. The point I'm trying to make is that we have many, many questions to bring forward before the House and to think about as citizens. And the question about this National Philanthropy Day is just one thing. We need new concrete measures, we need reviews, we need perhaps a new department that will have a direct link with all these organizations, not just within Canada, but abroad as well. We should become a leader in this area and have a perpetual link between all citizens in all circumstances. So I hope that today my grandmother, who is no longer with us, is listening to me speak and is pleased with the message I delivered here in this House. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Quadra.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm very pleased to have a few minutes to discuss Bill S-201, an act respecting a National Philanthropy Day. And I want to congratulate my colleague, the member from Halifax West, the Liberal sponsor in this House of the bill, and himself a supporter of nonprofits, does a lot of work to raise the profile and the effectiveness of the Canadian Epilepsy Alliance, amongst other nonprofits and charitable organizations. Also, I'd like to mention that Bill S-201 was sponsored in the other place by Liberal Senator Terry Mercer, who throughout his esteemed career has been a tireless advocate for philanthropy and fundraising. He's made a number of attempts to bring this bill forward in legislation since 2004, and I'm honored to speak and assist in its passage through the House, and I'm optimistic all parties and all members will be showing support. This act will designate the 15th day of November in each and every year as National Philanthropy Day. And just to recap the purpose of the bill, it will increase public awareness of National Philanthropy Day as a time to say thank you to those who give throughout the year. It will focus public attention on major accomplishments made possible through philanthropic contributions. It will honor key local individuals and corporations for their philanthropic endeavors. It will recognize local fundraisers and volunteers, thanking them for their time, talent, and dedication. And so, Madam Speaker, that means we're talking about almost half of Canadians, because so many people are volunteering in their communities. Though for the past 20 years, the percentage of Canadians making charitable donations has been steadily decreasing, and the average donor age continues to rise, which is why it's so important to raise awareness of this issue. And by having a National Philanthropy Day, we shine the light on the importance of giving to charitable organizations, volunteering for them, acting in the public interest, and it also reminds people that every dollar or every hour of volunteer time counts. So we see this National Philanthropy Day as encouraging schools, community groups, and individuals to become more aware of the impact of philanthropy and getting involved, encouraging young people too, because of course the age of the average donor and volunteer is rising. It would celebrate the endless daily contributions that individuals and organizations across the world make to countless causes and missions in Canada and beyond. This year, there were more than 100 National Philanthropy Day events and activities across North America, with over 50,000 people participating. And 16 Canadian events honored philanthropists and volunteers in most major Canadian cities. So this would add to that, add strength to that recognition that's happening already. Now, on the worrisome side, Canadian giving has dropped for the last 3 years to about $7.8 billion, down from a high of $8.5 billion in 2006. And according to Statistics Canada. And even more significant, the percentage of Canadians claiming a charitable deduction dropped from 24% to 23%. So we're seeing an erosion of philanthropy, and that's worrisome. And Madam Speaker, I was pleased to hear that the Conservative member across the way from the Peace Country was speaking about his pride in philanthropists and support for the volunteer sector. So I must express, and je tiens
I do want to say that I feel that the Conservative government's actions have attacked NGOs, contrary to all the efforts contained in this bill. And I would like to ask the Conservative members, or the member who is proud of the volunteers in his community.
Conservative ministers name-calling philanthropic organizations. Is he proud of having organizations that contribute to sectors right across the spectrum of public interest, having them accused of illegal activities like money laundering, falsely accused? Is he proud of the intimidation that is happening to the nonprofit and charitable sector through a magnification?
Apologies to the honourable member.
I hope you'll extend
the honourable
time.
member.
It turns out that the member for Peace River was essentially attacking my speech. But so I'm asking whether he's proud of the intimidation through auditing. This is a government that has cut funding for important organizations that do volunteer work and do charitable work. But they were able to find $8 million to add to the Canada Revenue Agency for the specific and sole purpose of auditing to intimidate nonprofit groups. Is he proud of that? Is he proud of the defunding of organizations who dare to speak out and say something the government doesn't like? Is he proud that we are stifling debate and democracy in this country? I hope he's not. And I hope that, that the support for philanthropy and philanthropic organizations shown by Conservative members will cause them to rethink the systematic policies of intimidating nonprofit groups that speak out. Madam Speaker, democracy is about speaking out. It is about dissenting. It is about telling a government of whatever stripe when the organization believes that that government's on the wrong track or is missing an opportunity to improve people's lives. That is the function of civil society, and that is the function of many of these nonprofit and philanthropic groups. And they need to be free to be part of our public policy debate in this great country. Now, the charitable sector is huge and enormous in Canada, with more than $100 billion in annual revenue. So think about the contributions it's making to the public good. The charitable sector is approximately equal in size to the economy of British Columbia. And furthermore, it is made up in Canada of more than 160,000 organizations, over 1.2 million paid staff, that's a lot of jobs, and 6.5 million volunteers. Madam Speaker, for les bénévoles de ces
for volunteers in these organizations and groups, what is the impact of having a government that attacks nonprofit organizations for which they work or to which they donate? It's extremely difficult for the citizens of Canada who want to contribute in the public interest, but who have a government that is attacking their organizations.
Canadians are recognized for their generosity and compassion around the world, and I hope that we can maintain that profile and that recognition in the midst of a time period where the Conservative government is defunding organizations, some of which that have international reach, helping people that are the poorest of the poor in other countries. Many of these charitable organizations work in my constituency of Vancouver Quadra, which has a wide variety of charitable efforts and people who are contributing to those efforts, from affordable housing, from protecting women in situations of family violence, philanthropy in terms of arts, dance, opera, theater. The Kitsilano Showboat, for example, is a wonderful example of a philanthropic and nonprofit organization that enriches the lives of people throughout Vancouver Quadra. So we continue to be inspired by the dedication of volunteers who give freely of their time to improve the lives of others. And through Senator Mercer's persistence, dedication, and hard work, and through the support of my colleague from Halifax West, this bill will be passed, I hope, by my colleagues in the House, as it has passed through the Senate on several occasions before. And lastly, Madam Speaker, I would hope that members from the Conservative benches really think about the importance of philanthropy as declared through National Philanthropy Day, and they look to their ministers and their government's acts in defunding, in muzzling, in stifling dissent, and in essentially sending the message to the philanthropic and volunteer sector that they may only speak in support of the government's actions, or else they will be punished. And what will that do to our democracy? It is completely unacceptable and has to stop.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Madam Speaker, I'm very pleased today to rise to speak to support Bill S-201, an act which will establish National Philanthropy Day. This is an essential bill to underscore the importance of humanism and the contribution of philanthropists to society. The first day that National Philanthropy Day was celebrated was November 15, 1986. And Canada was the first country to recognize this day officially in 2009. Unfortunately, all pieces of legislation to establish this permanently have died on the order paper. Philanthropy in Canada is well known. Many studies from large Canadian financial institutions have shown that Canada has very generous philanthropes here. People invest in the country and elsewhere in the world, and contrary to what some people may think, they are not simply the richest Canadians doing so. Many ordinary Canadians give money. They believe that they can change things in their communities by making a contribution. Nearly 70% of Canadians have donated to a charitable organization over the past 12 months, and average donations are $487. After all, it's normal for Canadians to want to improve the fate of their peers, regardless of their financial means. It's an issue of humanism, which is at the heart of our priorities as Canadians, for whom the suffering of others is not something they can tolerate. You don't have to donate money to be involved in philanthropy. Philanthropy also means sharing compassion and contributing through concrete action, contributing to making changes. Think about volunteers. Being philanthropic is a matter of passion, being altruistic, and giving time. I'd like to give some examples of philanthropy. Canadian history is filled with memorable examples. These remarkable people are responsible for making considerable change to Canadian society because they had a vision and a willingness to make change. A person doesn't have to be rich to be an actor of change and influence. Everyone can show social responsibility. The first example is Elizabeth McMaster. She was very concerned about the high death rate among children. This led her to founding in 1875 the Toronto Sick Children's Hospital. It is today one of the best centers for pediatric care in the world, and it started with the renting of a house by a group of women for $320, and they only had 6 folding beds. Now, many of us know the contribution to medicine of Sir Frederick Banting. In 1922, this Canadian scientist discovered insulin. He had no access to scholarships to continuing his research. And to fund his work, he had to sell his car. In order to make insulin accessible to as many people as possible, he sold the rights to it for a symbolic $1, whereas he could have made a fortune from it. His motivation wasn't the same as large pharmaceutical companies of today. The Marathon of Hope, established in 1980 by Terry Fox, is another example of the success of philanthropy in Canada. He has helped to fund research on cancer of some $400 million that's been accumulated across the world. Now, I could give more, but these are just a couple of examples to illustrate philanthropy among Canadians. These men and women wanted to improve lives for others and wanted to show compassion to people in need. I can't remain silent on the adventure undertaken by Rick Hansen, who crossed to 34 countries in 26 months. This man inspired an entire nation, believing that nothing was impossible, like our former leader, Jack Layton. I hope that through these examples of great people involved in philanthropy in Canada, people here and colleagues will think about this issue. It's important in the current context because we're seeing inequality and the gap between rich and poor widening. Studies on rich countries have shown that the wider the gap, the more detrimental it is for the population in general. However, there are a number of important effects, including social mobility, an increase in success at school, life expectancy, and there are many other examples. Now, Madam Speaker, there are a number of very important causes. I must point out that the tightening up of rules surrounding access to employment insurance, cuts to social programs, and tax cuts have not helped ensure that revenue is redistributed in a better way. Philanthropy is important because it helps us to find solutions to social problems and to mitigate the negative effects of services that are cut. So philanthropy in Canada is also innovative. It means mobilizing experts in a number of areas. Think about David Suzuki, Stephen Guilbeault for the protection of the environment. They've devoted their lives to the environmental cause for the well-being of all humans. No one can challenge their influence or their credibility in this field in Canada and throughout the world. Their role is increasingly important today when we consider the negligence that this government is showing, this government that has withdrawn from the Kyoto Protocol. Madam Speaker, I'm reassured to see that people who are very determined continue to work to improve our collective interest in the environment. I'd also like to salute the contribution being made by not-for-profit organizations in Canada that generate billions and billions of dollars per year. Could you imagine how much that represents in terms of our GDP? It's an economic force here in Canada. Do you want to know how Canada ranks in comparison to other countries? It ranks second in the world. That's very impressive. Canadians are contributing in record numbers to these organizations, and many are also volunteering their time. The sector is highly diversified, and that's what makes it strong. There are groups involved in education, health, social services, housing, protection of the environment, arts and culture, just to name a few, and all play a crucial role in our society. Madam Speaker, I reiterate that it's important to establish a permanent nature to this day. It's important to highlight philanthropic organizations for good reasons. This country was built on the generosity of its citizens. It's our duty to encourage Canadians to want to make changes in society for the well-being of others. Canadians must actively get involved in their communities in order to guarantee the viability of these very communities. We need to think about the future of philanthropy in Canada so that Canada has an increasingly human face. We need to look at the options available to us and come up with effective solutions to our communities. I would therefore invite my colleagues to show solidarity on a subject that should not be partisan. Let's recognize this day and make a difference. In closing, Madam Speaker, I would like to state that I have been greatly involved in my community, and when I started my election campaign, it was easy. People recognized me. Philanthropy can open up a number of doors, and it's also very interesting work. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Pontiac. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise in the House today in support of Bill S-201, National Philanthropy Day. And I'm rising because I know that the people of Pontiac are in favor of this bill, and I am their spokesman. Also, I believe in philanthropy. The main issue here involves establishing a permanent day, according to which November 15th would be recognized as National Philanthropy Day, which is a very laudable objective, Madam Speaker. However, I must admit that it's high time that we recognize philanthropy in this way. As an elected official, like my colleagues who are in the House, I've had an opportunity and the privilege, in fact, of being invited to a number of events in my riding, philanthropic events, and I'm very impressed to see just how generous the people of Pontiac are with their time and money. Philanthropic associations are so prevalent in my riding. There are Lions Clubs, the Optimists, the Knights of Columbus, the Francs-Maçons, other philanthropic groups of a religious nature, just to mention a few. And I'm always very impressed with the work that these associations do to help the most needy people. They're often the ones who are providing services or money that families really need. I'm also happy to live in a country with such a long tradition in this area. Like many Canadians, I was very impressed by the effort undertaken by fellow citizens following the earthquake in Haiti. And I'm also very happy to see that according to a BMO survey, philanthropy is still alive and well in Canada. Canadians continue to make generous donations despite the difficult economic circumstances we're facing. Nearly 70% of Canadians have donated to a charitable organization over the past 12 months. On average, Canadians have given $487 to charitable organizations over the course of the past year. And they plan to give the same amount or even more in 2012. Over the past 20 years in Quebec, as part of the Community Foundation, some 500 funds were created by families, individuals, and corporations. These people have acknowledged the importance of donating to causes they believe in, and these funds make it possible to give $1.5 million to other organizations. And that shows just how important philanthropy is for Quebecers and Canadians. Philanthropy means liking other humans, and this shows the importance of acting. National Philanthropy Day was celebrated for the first time on November 15th, 1986. And Canada was the first country to recognize the day officially in 2009. Yes, I think that we can congratulate ourselves for all of that and for Bill S-201. The main philanthropic organizations have expressed their support for this bill. There were briefs tabled on this issue by various associations, including the Association of Professionals in Philanthropy, which recommended it be adopted. However, we shouldn't pat ourselves on the back too much. Philanthropic associations are the first ones to tell us at the same time that it is increasingly difficult for them to do their jobs in society. Today, there are many obstacles with respect to the operations of these organizations and significant obstacles for Canadian donors.
If we are to keep the spirit of giving alive in Canada, it will take more than a special day. A report published by the Canadian Centre for Philanthropy discusses some of the challenges to philanthropy today. For example, approximately 4 in 10 donors said that they did not give more because they did not think their donations would be used efficiently. To retain these donors and encourage them to give more, perceptions about how charities spend their money and what results they achieve from those expenditures has to be addressed and changed. There are particular challenges with regards to age also. Many charitable organizations and service clubs have an average age which is much too high to be sustainable. Attracting young people is increasingly difficult. Younger donors may need a special approach as we go forward. More than half of younger donors, i.e. donors aged from 15 to 34, according to the same report, did not give more money because they want to save for their future needs or because they preferred to spend money in other ways. Although it may be difficult to overcome financial barriers, particularly with regards to debt for young people, the participation of the youth in philanthropy by giving their time could be made funner, more social. And there are some evidence to point to the fact that event-based fundraising approaches or cause-related fundraising, both of which deliver a benefit while raising money to the individual, are more successful to the young today, with the young today. Encouraging youth participation in activities such as team sports, youth groups, and student government may also pay dividends in the future. Canadians who had these early life experiences have been shown to be more likely to donate later in life. But many other barriers exist, including education, employment status, household income, culture, etc. It is perhaps not surprising to note, though, that Canadians who are older, better educated, and have a higher household income are more likely to give out of a sense of religious or civic obligation. their sense of feeling like they owe something to the community also seems to be higher. But as generations change, one can rightfully ask whether or not this spirit of giving will continue. It's also interesting to note that the top two reasons why Canadians make charitable donations are that they felt compassion for those in need. That's 94% of donors. Or they believed in the cause supported by the organization, 91% of donors. It's also interesting to note that more than half, 53% of top donors, and a significant percentage of donors in all demographic categories, said they did not give more because they did not like the way requests for donations were made to them. Perhaps more fundamentally, we must understand the challenges charitable organizations face today within a larger socioeconomic context. Demand has gotten higher and higher as the population has grown, but also many of their challenges can be related directly to the lack of commitment of governments to address poverty, particularly of the most vulnerable in our society, such as women who are victims of violence, children, and seniors. The state cannot devolve itself of its social responsibilities. Despite these challenges, I truly support this bill, because any measure which underlines the incredible work done by charities in our country every day can only encourage others to give. These associations are too often on the front lines of social concerns, and those who volunteer should be recognized, and these organizations should be recognized. And it's the least we can do as parliamentarians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate. Seeing no one rise, I will turn to the Honourable Member for Halifax West for his right of reply.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And it's a pleasure to speak and reply because there isn't much to reply to. In view of the fact that there's so much support for this bill on Philanthropy Day, I just want to thank members who have spoken today and the previous day when this bill had its first hour of debate. I think it's a good bill. Obviously, that is the view of the House, it appears, because all parties are supporting it. So I really want to thank all members who have spoken on the bill and expressed their views and talked about the importance of philanthropy and all the different kinds of organizations that do charitable work across this country. There are so many, and the value to Canada is incalculable. So, Madam Speaker, I look forward to this bill going forward, hopefully passing second reading and going on to committee. Thank you very much.
Mr. Reagan, seconded by Mr. Sims, Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor, move that Bill S-201, an act respecting a National Philanthropy Day, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes. Adopted.
Second reading of this bill. Deuxième lecture de ce projet de loi.
Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Scarborough South West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On February 17th, I rose in the House and asked when the government would finally help Toronto families, help them deal with rising inflation and higher gas prices, and help them to make ends meet. I asked specifically about when the government would come up with a real jobs plan, a plan that would provide jobs to help support families instead of low-wage, part-time, precarious jobs which many families now depend on. The government has not created jobs in Toronto. The people in my riding, Scarborough Southwest, know and live that reality every single day of the week. There are fewer and fewer good jobs in Toronto, and therefore more and more families struggling to make ends meet. When I asked the question of the government, I received back a glib, meaningless, puerile response from the Minister of State for Finance. Thank you. My apologies. From the Minister of State for Finance. Now, unemployment now stands at 1.4 million Canadians, and 3/4 of the new jobs created since May 2008, unlike what the government would say, have been part-time. Now, with the cuts coming as a result of the recent federal budget, 102,000 more may be added to the ranks of the unemployed. This is simply shameful, Madam Speaker. But what's even more shameful is the Minister of Finance's ignorant and haughty attitude towards those looking for employment, stating that there is no bad job. The only bad job is not having a job, according to the Minister. Now, maybe that's why this government is, in fact, so reluctant to create a job plan that works, because to them there are just simply no bad jobs. Part-time work? Good job. Job with no security? Good job. Little to no benefits? That's a good job too. Unfair wages? Terrible conditions? That must be a great job. The government has gone from bad to worse, from being out of touch with the needs of Canadians to downright insulting them. Now, to Democrats, we have a practical, affordable plan to create good, full-time jobs, offering targeted tax credits for new hires, implementing investments to help businesses that create jobs, investing in job-creating infrastructure, and ensuring that foreign investment keeps good jobs here in Canada. But the government has failed once again by making the wrong choices in this Trojan horse budget bill. And I'd like to just now touch on some of the terrible things that we're missing from the budget, one of which includes the financing for the RadarSat Constellation program, which is an excellent program that would help Canada maintain its leading industries in satellites, Madam Speaker. The RadarSat Constellation program is an excellent program that would put 3 satellites up in space that would help to monitor the Arctic for Arctic sovereignty and safety. It would help to monitor our shorelines. It would help to monitor icebergs coming down from the caps. There are all kinds of wonderful applications for the RadarSat Constellation program being put on by MDA. And in fact, the RadarSat-2 satellite, which is in space right now, on top of doing some of these things, has also been contracted out and used by other countries when they've encountered natural disasters. Examples would be that the U.S. government contracted them to provide monitoring for Katrina, the BP oil spill in the Gulf. They also hired MDA to take pictures to monitor the oil spill. The applications for this kind of technology, Canadian technology, are absolutely endless. But this government is dithering. They're refusing to sign a contract that MDA can actually build the satellites. And this is costing us good, solid jobs in engineering, in construction, and it's absolutely an affront to what is supposed to be an innovation budget. And Madam Speaker, we on this side of the House want to see our leading industries supported by the government, industries like MDA, like Bombardier, and many others, countless ones that I can't get into tonight in the short time that I have. But I'd also like to speak, because this is in fact the 3rd time I've risen in adjournment proceedings to ask questions in this regard, and last week the responses from the Parliamentary Secretary left more than a little bit to be desired. So I certainly hope the Parliamentary Secretary tonight will provide that information.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I am delighted to rise today and to tout our government's great work. What is disappointing is to hear that the NDP, day in and day out, talk down Canada's economy with their non-stop negativity and their misleading statistics. The NDP knows full well that Canada has the strongest economy in the G7. As noted time and time again by independent organizations like the IMF and the OECD, these are independent international bodies. If the member were more knowledgeable, he'd know that Canada has posted the strongest growth in employment in the G7 by far over the past few years. Indeed, in the past 2 months alone, Canada has created a whopping 140,000 jobs. the strongest two-month back-to-back monthly gains in employment in over 30 years. What is more, since July 2009, employment has increased by over 750,000 jobs. Of these jobs, 9 out of the 10 positions created since last July of 2009 are full-time, and over 80% of the jobs created over this period are in the private sector. Madam Speaker, contrary to what the NDP might believe, investments made through Canada's Economic Action Plan have provided significant support for jobs and growth across our country and have helped promote economic stability for Canadians during the worst of the global recession. In the GTA, the Infrastructure Stimulus Fund helped to create in my community a brand new college, new ambulance stations, new parks, new roads, new trails, new bicycle paths, new ambulance station, new library, and a brand new state-of-the-art downtown core. These are lasting, critical infrastructure improvements for my community and jobs for our neighbours. Economic Action Plan 2012 further advances our government's commitment to support job creation by small businesses through measures such as the investing of $205 million to extend the temporary hiring credit for small businesses for 1 year. This credit will be available to approximately 536,000 employers. We're providing an additional $50 million to the Youth Employment Strategy to assist more young people in gaining tangible skills and experience. We're improving labour market opportunities for Canadians with disabilities by investing $30 million in the Opportunities Fund and by creating a panel on labour market opportunities for persons with disabilities, and prompting the involvement of small and medium-sized enterprises in shipbuilding projects. We are also committed to introducing targeted, common-sense changes that are firmly focused on job creation. To this end, Economic Action Plan 2012 proposes providing $21 million to enhance the content and timeliness of the job and labour market information provided to Canadians searching for employment, investing $74 million to ensure that EI claimants benefit from accepting work, and investing $387 million to align the calculation of EI benefit amounts with local labour market conditions. Madam Speaker, if the NDP is looking for more reliable reading material on our government's economic record, he should perhaps look up the following. For the 4th year in a row, the World Economic Forum rated Canada's banking system as the soundest. Forbes magazine ranks Canada as the #1 place to invest and grow your business. And 3 credit rating agencies, Moody's, Fitch, and Standard & Poor's, have reaffirmed their top ratings for Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Scarborough Southwest.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I just love it when this government gets up and touts the financial and the soundness of our financial and banking systems, because that was done in spite of this party. When they were in opposition, the first time I ran for office was in 2000, and we were engaged in a massive fight during that time about deregulation of the banking industry. And the Conservatives were saying, we have to go the same route as the Americans, otherwise our banks are going to fail. But common sense and cooler heads prevailed, and luckily that didn't happen, because then we would have ended up being in the same mess. And of course, I mean, when the recession first hit in 2008, we had, non-believers. We had recession deniers on the government side. It took the government almost falling before they even acknowledged that there was a problem. And then they were behind the ball. Now, I mean, there are some things that have happened, but, Madam Speaker, I mean, she talks about youth unemployment. Well, they've closed the youth employment centres. She speaks about an investment in her community. Well, my community hasn't seen the same kind of investments. And from the attitude that we've had on the front bench here about Toronto, the kind of words that we've heard, it leaves a lot to be desired.
Order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, our Conservative government has served Canadians well by taking appropriate action in uncertain global economic times, and we will continue to do so. Creating jobs remains a top priority, and we are doing it through Economic Action Plan 2012. Indeed, maybe the NDP should listen to what the experts are saying. Listen to what the impartial John Manley, a former Liberal Minister of Finance and now President of the Canadian Council of Chief Executives, had to say about Economic Action Plan 2012. He said, and I quote, "By restraining the growth in public spending, reducing regulatory overlap, improving Canada's immigration system, and enhancing support for business-driven research, the government is helping to build a stronger and more competitive Canadian economy. Budget 2012 builds on our country's reputation for fiscal responsibility, while at the same time establishing a more positive environment for private sector investment and growth." Thanks, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Quebec. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Allow me today to raise again the concerns that I had last February in terms of protecting our veterans' privacy. I'm going to raise the case again that's now well known of Mr. Harold Leduc, who was a member of the Veterans Review and Appeal Board, and against whom a campaign was waged to discredit him by using confidential medical information more than once. The main criticism of Mr. Leduc was that he decided on the veterans' side a little too often. So let me allow me to express a doubt about what happened in this terrible story. I would like to ask for an independent inquiry on this issue, because he's not the only one to have had his personal life exposed in this way. There had been horror stories before him. Before him, the department promised that this would not occur again, and we said we'd be assured of better protection of privacy, that there would be new disciplinary measures, and with great pomp and circumstance, there was a new policy announced to protect privacy, but this resulted in nothing. The case of Harold Leduc indeed occurred after this action plan was announced by the government, indicating that the shortcomings were still there and they were worse than we might have imagined. There's nothing serious about what this government's doing here. The review board, or the Veterans Board, paid for a trip abroad with the agreement of the minister that was thousands of dollars. And the member from Sackville Eastern Shore, who has been defending their rights and cases for many years, has spoken about this as well. It's terrible to see a case, and I think that we have to give people the benefit of the doubt, but the Ombudsman has said that this is not done. This is a problem. But I have no doubt about the president of the Veterans Board and feeling that it was one trip too many, because the Conservatives did not respect their promise of reviewing or revamping this board. Time has come to have an independent inquiry on this. Their mandate is clear. This government has done nothing to reform the tribunal, the board rather, and they have to respect veterans and their families. Furthermore, they have lost confidence in what this government can do for them.
There's a high level of distrust, disdain among veterans of Veterans Review and Appeal Board. C'est extrêmement...
The cases are numerous, and families have denounced this in letters as well as the journalists who are demanding an independent inquiry. But the government is not listening at all. They're not hearing about this loss of confidence and how veterans are working in isolation. They will say three things: that the services will be maintained for veterans, but it's false. Because when they cut into the budgets, as they've been doing with the massive cuts in the current budgets, clearly services will not be maintained. Benefits given to veterans will be cut. They will say, oh, the NDP voted against all of our measures. They voted against the 2012 budget. Well, of course we did, because it doesn't propose anything of interest for veterans. We are behind veterans. they will say, oh, we love veterans. But no, we do, because we are proposing concrete measures. We are backing them up, and we are defending them. Thank you.
Secretary to the Minister of Veterans.
Je tiens de remercier l'honorable.
I would like to thank the honourable member of the opposition for the opportunity that she has given me to set the facts straight here, because our government was very clear. We are determined to protect the privacy of our veterans.
Our government will not tolerate any violation of our veterans' privacy. Any inappropriate access of a veteran's file is completely unacceptable, and our actions to protect personal information speak as loudly as our words. That's why more than a year ago we took decisive action to strengthen the protection of each individual veteran's privacy. That's why we went beyond the 4 recommendations in an October 2010 report by the Office of the Privacy Commissioner and implemented an aggressive 10-point privacy action plan. And that's why just last week we announced additional measures under Privacy Action Plan 2.0 to build an even stronger culture of privacy at the Department of Veterans Affairs. Madam Speaker, our government will continue to act to protect the private information of our veterans. We have delivered by developing stringent new controls for employees accessing veterans' electronic files, closely monitoring employee activity on our electronic network, and strictly enforcing corrective and disciplinary measures for those who violate our veterans' privacy. The measures in Privacy Action Plan 2.0 go even further, providing targeted training on privacy principles, streamlining consent forms, and ensuring new initiatives are compliant with privacy requirements. Simply put, while the Department conducts more than 20 million transactions with veterans' files each year, even one breach is unacceptable. Our government remains committed to ensuring our processes meet the highest possible standards. Madam Speaker, we're doing all of these things for one reason, because it's the right thing to do. Each and every veteran deserves to know that the personal information they provide to the Department of Veterans Affairs is safe and secure, and that it won't be inappropriately accessed. That's what our veterans want, that's what Canadians expect, and that's what our Conservative government demands. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Député de Québec.
Honourable Member for Quebec. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would say enough is enough. We've given this government enough time to reform the Veterans Tribunal. We've given this government enough time to make the necessary changes, to implement its action plan. And what do we see? We see that this hasn't worked. My honourable colleague underscored measures that were taken in 2010 or 2011, but Harold Leduc's case goes back to February 2012, and we see that it didn't work. That's why that the most recent Ombudsman report, which was just tabled, shows, okay, we've given enough here. We feel that if the government wants to cut, well, let them cut the Veterans Tribunal. That's money that could be used as benefits for veterans because they really need it. And that's one way to support them. Now, what we're seeing is that most veterans are going to have to wait for hours on the phone to explain their situation, to explain how they need services. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, our government feels that any violation of privacy of our veterans is unacceptable.
Action over a year ago and put in place a 10-point privacy action plan to ensure that strict disciplinary measures are there for those who violate the law, while strengthening access controls and monitoring. We continue to build on the successes of the Privacy Action Plan to ensure that the private information of our veterans remains protected. The recently introduced Privacy Action Plan 2.0 includes providing targeted training on privacy principles, streamlining consent forms, ensuring new initiatives are compliant with privacy requirements. We are taking action to ensure our processes meet the highest possible standards. Our veterans' privacy is paramount, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A few short months ago, I rose in this House following the introduction of Bill C-31, the so-called Protecting Canada's Immigration System Act. I say so-called because it quickly became apparent that this bill does little to protect Canada's immigration system. At that time, the entire immigration stakeholder community was shocked that this government was reversing the prudent measures of the Balanced Refugee Reform Act, and just months before that act was supposed to come into force. This bill has become a symbol of all that is wrong with the Conservative government. It was born out of fear, ideology, and a complete distaste for evidence and input from opposition parties and stakeholders. In fact, this bill stands alone in its total lack of support from every conceivable part of the immigration community, where churches, lawyers, pediatricians, settlement services, immigration consultants, immigrants, and refugees themselves have all roundly condemned this bill as imbalanced, misguided, and ineffective. The parts of this bill that deal with human smuggling came from a fear-mongering political opportunism practiced by the Ministers of Immigration and Public Safety following the arrival of 2 boats on our shores carrying bona fide refugees from war-torn Sri Lanka. The rest of the bill is simply a comprehensive dismantling of the Balanced Refugee Reform Act, which was passed with all party support in the Minority Parliament of 2010 in a spirit of cooperation and a mutual recognition that the system needed to be streamlined. Indeed, the Minister of Immigration praised that bill, saying the opposition amendments made our refugee determination system, quote, fairer and faster, end quote, words he now disavows and contradicts. The laundry list of things that are wrong with this bill is long and serious, some of them. Mandatory detention of refugees, including children. Ministerial power to designate safe countries without any independent oversight. Denial of appeal to designated refugee claimants, a fundamental part of natural justice. Unacceptably short timelines for filing refugee claims, a measure that will lead to more rejections. Denying family reunification for over 5 years to many refugees. Ultimately, this bill is about accepting fewer refugees. It goes against decades of tradition of welcoming the most vulnerable people in the world to our country. I think of the vibrant Vietnamese community in my riding of Vancouver Kingsway, almost all of whom came here on boats in the 1970s. I think also of the Jewish community, Somali Canadians, Roma. These groups, and others like them, embody the tradition of refugee resettlement in Canada, a tradition that this government is shunning. I would like to highlight how this bill was handled and what it says about this government. Once again, this bill illustrates the omnibus approach to legislation that we see repeatedly. Measures that, on their own, are distasteful to most Canadians are bundled together in one bill and rammed through Parliament. At committee, we heard from lawyers who spoke about how this bill violates our Constitution. They spoke about how this bill violates our international obligations. They detailed how this bill mandates timelines that are impossible to meet and protect people's rights to a fair hearing at the same time. People on the front line spoke about how this bill will further traumatize already traumatized people by imposing detention upon them and separating them from their family. We heard Roma Canadians talk about the real persecution they face and how insulting and misguided it is of the minister to constantly refer to European refugee claimants as bogus. Evidence of similar legislation from countries like Australia that showed these types of policies just don't work was flatly ignored. People who work with refugees every day told us how this bill will hurt refugees, their families, and our communities. Throughout the whole process, the government and the minister have ignored, belittled, and chastised experts and stakeholders with a level of ignorance and arrogance that is unworthy of public office holders. The bill remains punitive, mean-spirited, and ineffective. Why is the government moving forward with C-31?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I heard more of an election speech and an ideological perspective from the member. I'm certainly allowed to do that. That's what late shows are all about. But I do think that while I know that for many on the opposition benches, the truth merely gets in the way of a good speech or a good story, and I think that is what has happened here, Madam Speaker. I don't think there's any problem. The way our Westminster model of Parliament works in Canada, it is the government's responsibility to introduce legislation. It is the opposition's responsibility to ensure that that legislation stands the scrutiny of the parliamentary process. And in fact, what the member failed to reveal is two very important facts. First, with respect to C11, that was a bill that indeed passed through this House with unanimous support. That was a bill that still, 80 to 90% of that bill is still in effect. In fact, was included in Bill C-31, the Refugee Reform Act. But the problem, Madam Speaker, is that there wasn't enough to do what is necessary to make the system that we have here in terms of refugee applications successful, proper, and prudent and fair. And unless we were prepared to take those steps, implementing C-11, which includes and still includes an additional, my friend across the way mentioned that we're going to have less refugees in Canada now. I can tell him, and he knows, that there will be 2,500 more refugees here in Canada on a yearly basis. He also knows that over 60% of the refugee applications that come forward in this country actually fail. So we have a system, an overburdened system, that has a number of individuals in the backlog that actually are seeing many more people fail through the system than succeed. Our purpose, and bring C-31, bring C-11 forward, bring C-31 forward, is to repair a very broken system. C-11 goes a long way to repairing that system. C-31 completes what needs to happen. And my friend across the way talks a lot about fairness. Well, we have a total number of refugee of claims from the European Union in 2011, 5,800 more than Africa or Asia. The percentage total of refugees coming from the EU, democratic states making up the EU, democratic countries, 23% more applications for refugee status in our country than from Africa and Asia. What's really interesting, Madam Speaker, is that 95% of those European Union applications are either withdrawn or rejected. Virtually all of them that come forward are unsuccessful. If the member across the way is suggesting that the current system, and C-11 would have not addressed this specific issue in a way that will say the system isn't broken, it's fixed, that's what C-31 had to do. If the member if my colleague across the way, and we worked together very closely for the last year, Madam Speaker, in a very positive way. We have our differences, but we work very closely together. But the fact is, if he is suggesting and his party is suggesting that the current system is somehow acceptable and that this opportunity for those to take advantage of our system, it will not happen in this country, because there is one thing that Canadians understand, and that's fairness. Canadians want to help refugees. They want to bring them to this country. They want to give them another opportunity. But the one thing they will not have is people taking advantage of our system, which not only hurts Canadians, it hurts those that are truly trying to come to this country and seek refugee status. Ma'am.
The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, of course, the problem that my honourable friend has is that it's not me who said that C-11, the Balanced Refugee Reform Act, fixed the system. It was the Minister of Immigration. And the Minister of Immigration stood in this very House and he praised Bill C-11. He said it made the amendments that were worked out by all parties in this House made the system faster and fairer. He called that legislation a monumental achievement. Now, when my honourable friend says that this bill takes 80 to 85% of that bill and preserves it, well, that may be true in content but not in substance. The previous bill forced the Minister of Immigration to run decisions about designating safe country by an independent panel of experts. They took that out of this bill. The previous bill allowed all refugees an appeal on the merits to the Refugee Appeal Division. This bill removes that, and applicants from so-called safe countries picked solely by the Minister of Immigration are denied access of appeal to that Refugee Appeal Division. So this bill has significant differences from the previous bill, and it has made this bill much less fair, and it's done nothing to speed up the system, which C-11 did do. So I would ask my honourable colleague to tell me, if C-11 was not an improvement over the system and was not good enough, why did the Minister of Immigration stand in this House and tell Canadians it was?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
He told Canadians the truth, Madam Speaker. He told Canadians it was a much better system, would be a much better process, and would in fact work, and was an amalgamation of all four parties that were in the House in the 40th Parliament. The fact is, once we understood that the direction with respect to trying to deal with the European Union would not have been dealt with under C11, we took action. We took action, brought the bill forward, and under a majority government, we went to committee, we listened to the witnesses that my honourable friend speaks about. We listened to every single one of them. And in fact, not because we had to, not because we couldn't have ran the bill through without having to seek approval or changes on amendment, we made two very significant amendments to the very issues that he speaks about in terms of cessation and ensuring that permanent residents do not lose that status. And the other aspect, Madam Speaker, is that in fact there will be the opportunity for review when an individual is in detention. At 14 days, they will have the opportunity to review. 6 months later, they will have that same opportunity. This bill is fair. This bill is right. I only would ask the
motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.
Merci énormément. Merci beaucoup. Et si tu veux aller prendre des cafés que Bédard peut t'arranger ça, pas de problème. T'amèneras ta chum, on va aller prendre des chocolats chauds de la crème fouettée. C'est tout pour cette semaine. Et rappelez-vous que si jamais vous êtes dans une situation inconfortable où vous sentez la présence d'une caméra, vous êtes peut-être à peu contenir des rachides ou chez le gastro-entérologue. OK? Merci et bonne semaine! C'est pas terminé. Le plaisir se continue sur le site web Peut contenir des rachides avec des vidéos exclusives jamais présentées à la télé, des secrets de coulisses et des jeux super tripants. Pour en voir encore plus, branchez-vous sur tva.canoe.ca.